Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 1. Introductory. Mark Twain's Despair. Part 1. Quote, "What a man sees in the human race is merely himself in the deep and honest privacy of his own heart. Byron despised the race because he despised himself. I feel as Byron did, and for the same reason." End quote. Marginal note in one of Mark Twain's books. To those who are interested in American life and letters, there has been no question of greater significance during the last few years than the pessimism of Mark Twain. During the last few years, I say, for his own friends and contemporaries were rather inclined to make light of his oft-expressed belief that man is the meanest of the animals and life a tragic mistake. For some time before his death, Mark Twain had appeared before the public in the role less of a laughing philosopher than that of a somewhat gloomy prophet of modern civilization. But he was old, and he had suffered many misfortunes, and the progress of society is not a matter for anyone to be very jubilant about. To be gloomy about the world is a sort of prerogative of those who have lived long and thought much. The public that had grown old with him could hardly, therefore, accept at its face value a point of view that seemed to be contradicted by so many of the facts of Mark Twain's life and character. Mr. Howells, who knew him intimately for 40 years, spoke only with an affectionate derision of his pose regarding the damned human race, and we know the opinion of his loyal biographer, Mr. Paine, that he was not a pessimist in his heart, but only by premeditation. These views were apparently borne out by his own testimony. "My temperament," he wrote, shortly after the death of his daughter Jean, "has never allowed my spirits to remain depressed long at a time." That he remained active and buoyant to the end was, in fact, for his associates, sufficient evidence that his philosophical despair was only an anomaly, which had no organic part in the structure of his life. Was it not natural that they should feel thus about him, those contemporaries of his, so few of whom had seen his later writings, and all the telltale private memoranda which Mr. Paine has lately given to the world? What a charmed life was Mark Twain's, after all! To be able to hold an immense nation in the hollow of one's hand, to be able to pour out into millions of sympathetic ears with calm confidence, as into the ears of a faithful friend, all the private griefs and intimate humors of a lifetime, to be called the king by those one loves, to be so much more than a king in reality that every attack of gout one has is good for a column in the newspapers, and every phrase one utters girdles the world in 20 minutes, to be addressed as the Messiah of a genuine gladness and joy to the millions of 3 continents. What more could Tom Sawyer, at least, have wished than that? And Mark Twain's fame was not merely one of sentiment. If the public heart was moved by everything that concerned him, an illness in his household, a new campaign against political corruption, a change of residence, and he was deluged with letters extolling him, whatever he did or said. If he won the world's pity when he got into debt, and the world's praise when he got out of it, he was no sort of 9 days' wonder. His country had made him its general spokesman. He was quite within his rights in appointing himself, as he said, Ambassador at Large of the United States of America. Since the day, half a century back, when all official Washington, from the cabinet down, had laughed over The Innocents Abroad, and offered him his choice of a dozen public offices, to the day when the newspapers were freely proposing that he ought to have the thanks of the nation, and even suggested his name for the presidency, when in his person the Speaker of the House, for the first time in American history, gave up his private chamber to a lobbyist, and private cars were placed at his disposal whenever he took a journey, and his baggage went round the world with consular dispensations, and his opinion was asked on every subject by everybody. He had been, indeed, a sort of incarnation of the character and quality of modern America. Everywhere he moved, says Mr. Paine, a world revolved about him. In London, in Vienna, his apartments were a court, and traffic rules were modified to let him pass in the street. A charmed life, surely, when we consider, in addition to this public acclaim, the tidal waves of wealth that flowed in upon him again and again, the intense happiness of his family relations, and the splendid recognition of those fellow members of his craft whose word to him was final. Kipling, who loved to think of the great and godlike Clemens, and Brander Matthews, who freely compared him with the greatest writers of history, and Bernard Shaw, who announced that America had produced just two geniuses, Edgar Allan Poe and Mark Twain. Finally, there was Mr. Howells, the recognized critical court of last resort in this country, as he called him. Did not Mr. Howells, like posterity itself, whisper in his ear, "Your foundations are struck so deep that you will catch the sunshine of immortal years, and bask in the same light as Cervantes and Shakespeare"? The spectators of this drama could hardly have been expected to take the pessimism of Mark Twain seriously, and all the more because he totally refuted the old and popular notion that humorists are always melancholy. I have already quoted the remark he made about his temperament in one of the darkest moments of his life, 4 months before his own death. It is borne out by all the evidence of all his years. He was certainly not one of those radiant, sunny, sky-blue natures, those June-like natures that sing out their full joy the day long under a cloudless heaven. Far from that. He was an August nature, given to sudden storms and thunder. His atmosphere was charged with electricity. But the storm clouds passed as swiftly as they gathered, and the warm, bright, mellow mood invariably returned. "What a child he was," says Mr. Paine, "always to the very end." He was indeed a child in the buoyancy of his spirits. "People who always feel jolly, no matter where they are or what happens to them, who have the organ of hope preposterously developed, who are endowed with an uncongealable sanguine temperament," he writes, referring to himself in 1861. "If there is," he adds 13 years later, "one individual creature on all this footstool who is more thoroughly and uniformly and unceasingly happy than I am, I defy the world to produce him and prove him." And it seems always to have been so. Whether he is reveling in his triumphs on the platform, or indulging his rainbow-hued impulses on paper, we see him again and again, as Mr. Paine saw him in Washington in 1906, when he was expounding the gospel of copyright to the members of Congress assembled, happy and wonderfully excited. Can it surprise us then to find him, in his 75th year, adding to the note about his daughter's death, "Shall I ever be cheerful again, happy again? Yes, and soon, for I know my temperament." And his physical health was just what one might expect from his immense vitality. He was subject to bronchial colds, and he had intermittent attacks of rheumatism in later years. Otherwise, his health appears to have been as perfect as his energy was inexhaustible. "I have been sick abed several days for the first time in 21 years," he writes in 1875. From all one gathers, he might have made the same statement 21, 31 years later. Read his letters, at 50, at 60, at 70, during that extraordinary period, well within the memory of people who are still young, when he had solved his financial difficulties by going into bankruptcy, and went about, as Mr. Paine says, like a debutante in her first season, the days when people called him the Belle of New York. "By 4:30," he writes to his wife, "I had danced all those people down, and yet was not tired, merely breathless. I was in bed at 5 and asleep in 10 minutes. Up at 9 and presently at work on this letter to you." And again the next year, his 60th year, when he had been playing billiards with H. H. Rogers, until Rogers looked at him helplessly and asked, "Don't you ever get tired?" Quote, "I was able to say that I had forgotten what that feeling was like. Don't you remember how almost impossible it was for me to tire myself at the villa? Well, it is just so in New York. I go to bed unfatigued at 3, I get up fresh and fine 6 hours later. I believe I have taken only one daylight nap since I have been here." End quote. Finally, let us take the testimony of Mr. Paine, who was with him day in, day out during the last 5 years of his life, when, even at 74, he was still playing billiards 9 hours a day and 10 or 12 on Sunday. "In no other human being have I ever seen such physical endurance. I was comparatively a young man, and by no means an invalid, but many a time, far in the night, when I was ready to drop with exhaustion, he was still as fresh and buoyant and eager for the game as at the moment of beginning. He smoked and smoked continually, and followed the endless track around the billiard table with the light step of youth. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning he would urge just one more game, and would taunt me for my weariness. I can truthfully testify that never until the last year of his life did he willingly lay down the billiard cue, or show the least suggestion of fatigue." Now this was the Mark Twain his contemporaries, his intimates, had ever in their eyes, this darling of all the gods. No wonder they were inclined to take his view of the damned human race as rather a whimsical pose. They would undoubtedly have continued to take it so even if they had known, generally known, that he had a way of referring in private to God's most elegant invention as not only damned but also mangy. He was irritable, but literary men are always supposed to be that. He was old, and old people are often afflicted with doubts about the progress and welfare of mankind. He had a warm and tender heart, an abounding scorn of humbug. One did not have to go beyond these facts to explain his contempt for the Blessings of Civilization Trust, with its stock in trade, glass beads and theology, and Maxim guns and hymn books, and trade gin and torches of progress and enlightenment. All his closest friends were accustomed to little notes like this: quote, "I have been reading the morning paper. I do it every morning, well knowing that I shall find in it the usual depravities and basenesses and hypocrisies and cruelties that make up civilization, and cause me to put in the rest of the day pleading for the damnation of the human race." End quote. Might not any sensitive man, young or old, have written that? Even now, with all the perspective of Mark Twain's writings, which only a succeeding generation can really have, it might be possible to explain in this objective way the steady progress toward a pessimistic cynicism which Mr. Paine, at least, has noted in his work. The change in tone between the poetry of the first half of Life on the Mississippi and the dull notation of the latter half, between the exuberance of A Tramp Abroad and the drab and weary journalism of Following the Equator, with those corroding aphorisms of Pudd'nhead Wilson's New Calendar, that constant running refrain of weariness, exasperation, and misery along the tops of the chapters, as if he wanted to get even with the reader for taking his text at its face value, all this might be attributed, as Mr. Paine attributes it, to the burdens of debt and family sorrow. If he was always manifesting in word and deed his deep belief that life is inevitably a process of deterioration, well, did not James Whitcomb Riley do the same thing? Was it not, is it not, a popular American dogma that the baddest children are better than the goodest men? A race of people who feel this way could not have thought there was anything amiss with a humorist who wrote maxims like these: If you pick up a starving dog and make him prosperous, he will not bite you. This is the principal difference between a dog and a man. It takes your enemy and your friend working together to hurt you to the heart, the one to slander you, and the other to get the news to you. They could hardly have been surprised at the bitter, yes, even the vindictive mockery of The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg, at Mark Twain's definition of man as a mere coffee mill, which is permitted neither to supply the coffee nor turn the crank, at his recurring plan to exterminate the human race by withdrawing the oxygen from the air for a period of 2 minutes. Has not the American public, with its invincible habit of turning hell's backyard into a playground, gone so far even as to discount The Mysterious Stranger, that fearful picture of life as a rigmarole of cruel nonsense, a nightmare of satanic unrealities, with its frank assertion that slavery, hypocrisy, and cowardice are the eternal destiny of man? Professor Stuart P. Sherman, who likes to defend the views of 30 years ago, and sometimes seems to forget that all traditions are not of equal validity, says of this book that it lets one into a temperament and character of more gravity, complexity, and interest than the surfaces indicated. But having made this discovery, for he is openly surprised, Professor Sherman merely reveals in his new and unexpected Mark Twain the Mark Twain most people had known before. Quote, "What Mark Twain hated was the brutal power resident in monarchies, aristocracies, tribal religions, and minorities bent on mischief and making a bludgeon of the malleable many. And after all," he says, "the wicked world visited by the mysterious stranger is 16th century Austria, not these states." End quote. But is it? Isn't the village of Esselburg in reality Hannibal, Missouri, all over again? And are not the boys through whose eyes the story is told simply reincarnations of Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer, those characters which, as we know from 100 evidences, haunted Mark Twain's mind all his life long? They are, at any rate, Mark Twain's boys, and whoever compares their moral attitude with that of the boys of Mark Twain's prime will see how deeply the iron had entered into his soul. Quote, "We boys wanted to warn them, Marget and Ursula, against the danger that was gathering about them, but we backed down when it came to the pinch, being afraid. We found that we were not manly enough nor brave enough to do a generous action when there was a chance that it could get us into trouble." End quote. What, is this Mark Twain speaking, the creator of Huck and Tom, who gladly broke every law of the tribe to protect and rescue Nigger Jim? Mark Twain's boys not manly enough nor brave enough to do a generous action when there was a chance that it could get them into trouble? Can we, in the light of this, continue to say that Mark Twain's pessimism was due to anything so external as the hatred of tyranny, and a 16th-century Austrian tyranny at that? Is it not perfectly plain that that deep contempt for man, the coffee mill, a contempt that has spread now even to the boy nature of which Mark Twain had been the lifelong hierophant, must have had some far more personal root, must have sprung from some far more intimate chagrin? One goes back to the long series of Pudd'nhead maxims, not the bitter ones now, but those desperate notes that seem to bear no relation to the life even of a sardonic humorist. Pity is for the living, envy is for the dead. All say, how hard it is that we have to die, a strange complaint to come from the mouths of people who have had to live. Each person is born to one possession which outvalues all his others, his last breath. And that paragraph about the death of his daughter, so utterly inconsistent with the temperament he ascribes to himself. Quote, "My life is a bitterness, but I am content, for she has been enriched with the most precious of all gifts, the gift that makes all other gifts mean and poor, death. I have never wanted any released friend of mine restored to life since I reached manhood. I felt in this way when Susie passed away, and later my wife, and later Mr. Rogers." End quote. 2 or 3 constructions, to one who knows Mark Twain, might be put upon that, but at least one of them is that, not to the writer's apprehension, but in the writer's experience, life has been in some special way a vain affliction. Can we, then, accept any of the usual explanations of Mark Twain's pessimism? Can we attribute it, with Mr. Paine, to the burdens of debt under which he labored now and again, to the recurring illnesses, the death of those he loved? No, for these things would have modified his temperament, not his point of view. They would have saddened him, checked his vitality, given birth perhaps to a certain habit of brooding, and this they did not do. We have, in addition to his own testimony, the word of Mr. Paine. Quote, "More than anyone I ever knew, he lived in the present." End quote. Of the misfortunes of life he had neither more nor less than other men, and they affected him neither more nor less. To say anything else would be to contradict the whole record of his personality. No, it was some deep malady of the soul that afflicted Mark Twain, a malady common to many Americans, perhaps, if we are to judge from that excessive interest in therapeutics which he shared with so many millions of his fellow countrymen. That is an aspect of Mark Twain's later history which has received too little attention. Quote, "Whether it was copyright legislation, the latest invention, or a new empiric practice," says Mr. Paine, to approach this subject on its broadest side, he rarely failed to have a burning interest in some anodyne that would provide physical or mental easement for his species. End quote. And here again the general leads to the particular. He had, says Mr. Howells, a tender heart for the whole generation of empirics, as well as the newer sorts of scienticians. Mr. Howells tells how, on the advice of some sage, he and all his family gave up their spectacles for a time, and came near losing their eyesight, thanks to the miracle that had been worked in their behalf. But that was the least of his divagations. There was that momentary rage for the art of predicating correlation, at Professor Loisette's School of Memory. There was Dr. Kellgren's osteopathic method that possessed his mind during the year 1900. He wrote long articles about it, bombarding his friends with letters of appreciation and recommendation of the new cure-all. Indeed, says Mr. Paine, he gave most of his thought to it. There was Plasmon, that panacea for all human ills which osteopathy could not reach. There was Christian Science, to which, in spite of his attacks on Mrs. Eddy and the somewhat equivocal book he wrote on the subject, he was, as Mr. Paine says, and as he frequently averred himself, one of the earliest converts who never lost faith in its power. And lastly, there was the eclectic therapeutic doctrine, which he himself put together piecemeal from all the others, to the final riddance of materia medica. We have seen what Mark Twain's apparent health was. Can we say that this therapeutic obsession was due to the illnesses of his family, which were, indeed, unending? No doubt those illnesses provided a constant stimulus to the obsession. The eclectic therapeutic doctrine, for instance, did, quite definitely, rise up out of the midst of them. But it is plain that there had to be an element of soul cure in these various healings for Mark Twain to be interested in them, that what interested him in them was the soul cure, the mind cure. Can he say too much in praise of Christian Science for its healing of the spirit, its gifts of buoyant spirits, comfort of mind, and freedom from care? In fact, unless I am mistaken, his interest in mental healing began at a time when he and his family alike were free from illness. It is in 1886, when Mark Twain was at the very summit of his fame, when he was the most successful publisher in the world, when he was at work on his most ambitious book, when he was frightened, as he said, at the proportions of his prosperity, when his household was aglow with happiness and well-being, that his daughter Susie notes in her diary, "Papa has been very much interested of late in the mind-cure theory." It might be added that he was about at the age when, according to his famous aphorism, a man who does not become a pessimist knows too little about life. In fact, the more one scans the later pages of Mark Twain's history, the more one is forced to the conclusion that there was something gravely amiss with his inner life. There was that frequently noted fear of solitude, that dread of being alone with himself which made him, for example, beg for just one more game of billiards at 4 o'clock in the morning. There were those daily self-chidings that led him to slay his own conscience in one of the most ferocious of his humorous tales. That conscience of his, what was it? Why do so many of his jokes turn upon an affectation, let us say, of moral cowardice in himself? How does it happen that when he reads Romola, the only thing that hits him with force is Tito's compromise with his conscience? Why those continual fits of remorse, those fantastic self-accusations in which he charged himself, we are told, with having filled Mrs. Clemens's life with privations, in which he made himself responsible first for the death of his younger brother, and, later, for that of his daughter Susie, writing to his wife, according to Mr. Paine, that he was wholly and solely responsible for the tragedy, detailing step by step with fearful reality his mistakes and weaknesses which had led to their downfall, the separation from Susie, and this final incredible disaster. Was there any reason why, humorously or otherwise, he should have spoken of himself as a liar? Why he should have said, in reply to his own idea of writing a book about Tom Sawyer's afterlife, quote, "If I went on now and took him into manhood, he would just lie, like all the one-horse men in literature, and the reader would conceive a hearty contempt for him." That morbid feeling of having lived in sin which made him come to think of literature as primarily, perhaps, the confession of sins, was there anything in the moral point of view of his generation to justify it, in this greatly loved writer, this honorable man of business, this zealous reformer, this loyal friend? "Be weak, be water, be characterless, be cheaply persuadable," was, he said, the first command the Deity ever issued to a human being on this planet, the only command Adam would never be able to disobey. And he noted on the margin of one of his books, "What a man sees in the human race is merely himself in the deep and honest privacy of his own heart. Byron despised the race because he despised himself. I feel as Byron did, and for the same reason." End of chapter 1, part 1. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 1, part 2 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 1. Introductory. Mark Twain's Despair. Part 2. A strange enigma. "You observe," wrote Mark Twain once, almost at the beginning of his career, "that under a cheerful exterior I have got a spirit that is angry with me and gives me freely its contempt." That spirit remained with him, grew in him to the last. The restless movement of his life, those continual journeys to Bermuda, where the deep peace and quiet of the country sink into one's body and bones and give his conscience a rest, that consuming desire to write an autobiography as caustic, fiendish, and devilish as possible, which would make people's hair curl, and get his heirs and assigns burnt alive if they ventured to print it within 100 years, the immense relief of his 70th birthday, to him the scriptural statute of limitations: you have served your term, well or less well, and you are mustered out. How are we to read the signs of all this hidden tragedy? For Mark Twain was right. Things do not happen by chance, and the psychological determinism of the present day bears out in certain respects that other sort of determinism in which he so almost fanatically believed. There is no figure for the human being like the ship, he sometimes said. Well, was he not, in the eyes of his contemporaries, just as he proudly, gratefully suggested, in the glory of that last English welcome, the Begum of Bengal, stateliest of Indiamen, ploughing the great seas under a cloud of canvas? Can we call it merely an irony of circumstance that in his own eyes he was a bit of storm-beaten human drift, a derelict, washing about on a forlorn sea? No, there was a reason for Mark Twain's pessimism, a reason for that chagrin, that fear of solitude, that tortured conscience, those fantastic self-accusations, that indubitable self-contempt. It is an established fact, if I am not mistaken, that these morbid feelings of sin, which have no evident cause, are the result of having transgressed some inalienable life demand peculiar to one's nature. It is as old as Milton that there are talents which are "death to hide," and I suggest that Mark Twain's talent was just so hidden. That bitterness of his was the effect of a certain miscarriage in the creative life, a balked personality, an arrested development of which he himself was almost wholly unaware, but which for him destroyed the meaning of life. The spirit of the artist in him, like the genie at last released from the bottle, overspread in a gloomy vapor the mind it had never quite been able to possess. Does this seem too rash a hypothesis? It is, I know, the general impression that Mark Twain quite fully effectuated himself as a writer. Mr. Howells called him the Lincoln of our literature. Professor William Lyon Phelps describes him as one of the supreme novelists of the world. Professor Brander Matthews compares him with Cervantes, and Bernard Shaw said to him once, "I am persuaded that the future historian of America will find your works as indispensable to him as a French historian finds the political tracts of Voltaire." These were views current in Mark Twain's lifetime, and similar views are common enough today. Mark Twain, says Professor Archibald Henderson, enjoys the unique distinction of exhibiting a progressive development, a deepening and broadening of forces, a ripening of intellectual and spiritual powers from the beginning to the end. To Mr. John Macy, author of what is, on the whole, the most discerning book that has been written on our literature, he is a powerful original thinker. And finally, Mr. H. L. Mencken says, Mark Twain, without question, was a great artist. There was in him something of that prodigality of imagination, that aloof engrossment in the human comedy, that penetrating cynicism, which one associates with the great artists of the Renaissance. An imposing array of affirmations, surely. And yet, unless I am mistaken, these last few years, during which he has become in a way so much more interesting, have witnessed a singular change in Mark Twain's reputation. Vividly present he is in the public mind as a great historic figure, as a sort of archetype of the national character during a long epoch. Will he not continue so to be for many generations to come? Undoubtedly. By whom, however, with the exception of 2 or 3 of his books, is he read? Mr. Paine, I know, says that The Innocents Abroad sells to this day in America in larger quantity than any other book of travel. But a number of explanations might be given for this, as for any other mob phenomenon, none of which has anything to do with literary fame in the proper sense. A great writer of the past is known by the delight and stimulus which he gives to mature spirits in the present, and time, it seems to me, tends to bear out the assertion of Henry James that Mark Twain's appeal is an appeal to rudimentary minds. Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, a story or two like The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg, a sketch or two like Traveling with a Reformer, and a few chapters of Life on the Mississippi, these, in any case, can already be said to have survived all his other work. And are these writings, however beautiful and important, the final expressions of a supreme artistic genius, one of the great novelists of the world, a second Cervantes? Arnold Bennett, I think, forecast the view that prevails today when he called their author the divine amateur, and said of Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer that while they are episodically magnificent, as complete works of art they are of quite inferior quality. So much for what Mark Twain actually accomplished. But if he had not been potentially a great man, could he have so impressed, so dazzled almost everyone who came into direct personal contact with him? When his contemporaries compared him with Swift, Voltaire, Cervantes, they were certainly mistaken. But would they have made that mistake if they had not recognized in him, if not a creative capacity, at least a creative force of the highest rank? Mark Twain's unbounded energy, his prodigal fertility, his large utterance, that "great burly fancy" of his, as Mr. Howells calls it, his powers of feeling, the unique magnetism of his personality, were the signs of an endowment, one cannot help thinking, more extraordinary than that of any other American writer. He seemed predestined to be one of those major spirits, like Carlyle, like Ibsen perhaps, or perhaps like Pushkin, who are as if intended by nature to preside over the genius of nations and give birth to the leading impulses of entire epochs. "I thought," said one of his associates in earlier years, "that the noble costume of the Albanian would have well become him, or he might have been a Goth, and worn the horned bull-pate helmet of Alaric's warriors, or stood at the prow of one of the swift craft of the Vikings." And on the other hand, hear what Mr. Howells says: "Among the half-dozen or half-hundred personalities that each of us becomes, I should say that Clemens's central and final personality was something exquisite." That combination of barbaric force and intense sweetness, which so many others noted in him, is there not about it something portentous, something that suggests the true lord of life? Wherever he walked among men, he trailed with him the psychic atmosphere of a planet, as it were, all his own. Gigantic, titanic, were the words that came to people's lips when they tried to convey their impression of him, and when he died it seemed for the moment as if one of the fixed stars had fallen in space. This was the force, this the energy, which, through Mark Twain's pen, found such inadequate expression. He was, as Arnold Bennett says, a divine amateur. His appeal is, on the whole, what Henry James called it, an appeal to rudimentary minds. But is not that simply another way of saying, in the latter case, that his was a mind that had not developed, and, in the former, that his was a splendid genius which had never found itself? It is the conclusion borne out by Mark Twain's own self-estimate. His judgments were, as Mr. Paine says, always unsafe. Strictly speaking, he never knew what to think of himself. He was in two minds all the time. This, in itself a sign of immaturity, serves to warn us against his formal opinions. When, therefore, one appeals for evidence to Mark Twain's estimate of himself, it is no conscious judgment of his career one has in mind, but a far more trustworthy judgment, the judgment of his unconscious self. This he revealed unawares in all sorts of ways. There were times when he seemed to share the complacent confidence of so many others in his immortal fame. "I told Howells," he writes, in his large, loose, easy way, "that this autobiography of mine would live a couple of thousand years without any effort, and would then take a fresh start and live the rest of the time." And Mr. Paine says that as early as October, 1900, he had proposed to Messrs. Harper and Brothers, a contract for publishing his personal memoirs at the expiration of 100 years, letters covering the details of which were exchanged with his financial adviser, Mr. Rogers. A man who could have proposed this must have felt, at moments anyway, pretty secure of posterity, pretty confident of his own greatness. But it was only at moments. Mark Twain was a megalomaniac. Only a megalomaniac could have advertised, as he did, for post-mortem obituaries of himself. But does that sort of megalomania express a genuine self-confidence? Does it not suggest rather a profound, uneasy desire for corroboration? Of this the famous episode of his Oxford degree is the most striking symbol. "Although I wouldn't cross an ocean again for the price of the ship that carried me, I am glad to do it," he wrote, "for an Oxford degree." Many American writers have won that honor. It is, in fact, almost a routine incident in a distinguished career. In the case of Mark Twain it became a historical event. It was for him, plainly, of an exceptional significance, and all his love for gorgeous trappings could never account for the delight he had in that doctor's gown. "I would dress that way all the time if I dared," he told Mr. Paine, which became for him a permanent robe of ceremony. And Mark Twain at 72, one of the most celebrated men in the world, could not have cared so much for it if it had been a vindication merely in the eyes of others. It must have served in some way also to vindicate him in his own eyes. He seized upon it as a sort of talisman, as a reassurance from what he considered the highest court of culture, that he really was one of the elect. Yes, that naive passion for the limelight, for "walking with kings" and hobnobbing with job lots of celebrities, that reveling, as Mr. Paine calls it, in the universal tribute, what was its root if not a deep sense of insecurity, a desire for approval both in his own eyes and in the eyes of all the world? During those later years in New York, when he had become so much the professional celebrity, he always timed his Sunday morning walks on Fifth Avenue for about the hour when the churches were out. Mr. Paine tells how, on the first Sunday morning, he thoughtlessly suggested that they should turn away at 59th Street in order to avoid the throng, and that Clemens quietly remarked, "I like the throng." "So," says Mr. Paine, "we rested in the Plaza Hotel until the appointed hour. We left the Plaza Hotel, and presently were amid the throng of outpouring congregations. Of course, he was the object on which every passing eye turned, the presence to which every hat was lifted. I realized that this open and eagerly paid homage of the multitude was still dear to him, not in any small and petty way, but as the tribute of a nation. And must not the desire for approval and corroboration, the sense of insecurity, have been very deep in a quick-tempered, satirical democrat like Mark Twain, when he permitted his associates to call him, as Mr. Paine says they did, the king? Actual kings were with him nothing less than an obsession. Kings, empresses, princes, archduchesses, what a part they play in his biography! He is always dragging them in, into his stories, into his letters, writing about his dinners with them and his calls upon them, and how friendly they are, and what gorgeous funerals they have. And as with kings, so also with great men, or men who were considered great, or men who were merely notorious. He makes lists of those he has known, those he has spent evenings with. Mark Twain, to whom celebrity was the cheapest thing going. Is there not in all this the suggestion of an almost conscious weakness clutching at strength, the suggestion of some kind of failure that sets a premium upon almost any kind of success? Turn from the man to the writer. We see again this same desire for approval, for corroboration. Mark Twain was supported by the sentiment of the majority, which was gospel to the old-fashioned Westerner. He had the golden opinion of Mr. Howells, in his eyes the arbiter of all the elegances. He had virtually the freedom of the Atlantic Monthly, and not only its freedom, but a higher rate of payment than any other Atlantic contributor. Could any American man of letters have had more reason to think well of himself? Observe what he thought. "I haven't as good an opinion of my work as you hold of it," he writes to Mr. Howells in 1887, "but I've always done what I could to secure and enlarge my good opinion of it. I've always said to myself, everybody reads it, and that's something. It surely isn't pernicious, or the most acceptable people would get pretty tired of it." And when a critic said by implication that it wasn't high and fine, through the remark, "High and fine literature is wine," I retorted confidentially to myself, "Yes, high and fine literature is wine, and mine is only water, but everybody likes water." That is frank enough. He is not always so. There is a note of unconscious guile, the guile of the peasant, of the sophisticated small boy, in the letter he wrote to Andrew Lang, beseeching a fair hearing in England for the Connecticut Yankee. He rails against the cultivated class standard. He half poses as an uplifter of the masses, then, with a touch of mock noble indignation, he confesses to being a popular entertainer, fully convinced at least that there are two kinds of literature, and that an author ought to be allowed to put upon his book an explanatory line: "This is written for the head," or "This is written for the belly or the members." No plea more grotesque or more pathetic was ever written by a man with a great reputation to support. It shows that Mark Twain was completely ignorant of literary values. Had he not wished upon literature, as it were, a separation between the head and the belly, which, as we shall see, had simply taken place in himself? Out of his own darkness he begs for the word of salvation from one who he thinks can bestow it. Mark Twain, in short, knew very well, for I think these illustrations prove it, that there was something decidedly different between himself and a great writer. In that undifferentiated mob of celebrities, great and less great, and far from great, amid which he moved for a generation, he was a favored equal. But in the intimate presence of some isolated greatness, he reverted to the primitive reverence of the candidate for the mystagogue. Was it Emerson? He ceased to be a fellow writer. He became one of the devout Yankee multitude. Was it Browning? He forgot the man he had so cordially known in the poet, whom he studied for a time with the naive self-abasement of a neophyte. Was it Mommsen? Read this humorous entry in one of his Berlin notebooks. "Been taken for Mommsen twice. We have the same hair, but on examination it was found the brains were different." In fact, whenever he uses the word literature in connection with his own work, it is with a sudden self-consciousness that lets one into the secret of his inner humility. I am the only literary animal of my particular subspecies who has ever been given a degree by any college in any age of the world, so far as I know," he writes to the authorities of Yale in 1888. A man who freely compared himself with the melodeon as distinguished from the opera, who, in the preface to Those Extraordinary Twins, invited his readers, who already knew how the born and trained novelist works, to see how the jackleg does it, could never have been accused of not knowing his true rank. "You and I are but sewing machines," he says in What is Man? "We must turn out what we can, we must do our endeavor, and care nothing at all when the unthinking reproach us for not turning out Gobelin." I think we are in a position now to understand that boundless comic impudence of Mark Twain's, that comic impudence which led him to propose to Edwin Booth in 1873 a new character for Hamlet, which led him to telegraph to W. T. Stead, "The Czar is ready to disarm. I am ready to disarm. Collect the others. It should not be much of a task now," which led him, at the outset of his career, to propose the conundrum, "Why am I like the Pacific Ocean?" and to answer it thus, "I don't know. I was just asking for information." Tempting Providence, was he not, this child of good fortune? Literally, yes. He was trying out the fates. If he had not had a certain sense of colossal force, it would never have occurred to him, however humorously, to place himself on an equality with Shakespeare, to compare his power with that of the Czar, and his magnitude with that of the Pacific Ocean. But, on the other hand, it would never have occurred to him to make these comparisons if he had felt himself in possession, in control, of that force. Men who are not only great in energy, but masters of themselves, let their work speak for them. Men who are not masters of themselves, whose energy, however great, is not, so to speak, at the disposal of their own spirits, are driven, as we see Mark Twain perpetually driven, to seek corroboration from without. For his inner self, at these moments, wished to be assured that he really was great and powerful, like the Pacific, and Shakespeare, and the Czar. He resembled those young boys who have inherited great fortunes which they own, but cannot command. The power is theirs, and yet they are not in control of it. Consequently, in order to reassure themselves, they are always showing off. We are not mistaken, therefore, in feeling that in this comic impudence Mark Twain actually was interrogating destiny, feeling out his public, in other words, which had in its hands the disposal of that ebullient energy of his, an energy that he could not measure, could not estimate, that seemed to him simply of an indeterminable, untestable, and above all uncontrollable abundance. Did he not, in this childlike self-magnification, combined with an instinctive trust in luck that never left him, resemble the barbarian conquerors of antiquity? Not one of these, in the depth of that essential self-ignorance, that lack of inner control that makes one's sole criterion the magnitude of one's grasp over the outer world, ever more fully felt himself the man of destiny. All his life Mark Twain was attended by what Mr. Paine calls psychic evidences. He never fails to note the marvelous coincidences of which he is the subject. He is always being struck by some manifestation of mental telegraphy. He invented the phrase, "Strange phenomena of nature rise up in his path." 3 times, while crossing the ocean, he sees a lunar rainbow, and each time he takes it as a presage of good fortune. Not one of the barbarian conquerors of antiquity, I say, those essential opposites of the creative spirit, whose control is altogether internal, and who feels himself the master of his own fate, could have been more in character than was Mark Twain when he observed, a few months before his death, quote, "I came in with Halley's comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt, 'Now here are these 2 unaccountable freaks. They came in together, they must go out together. Oh, I am looking forward to that.'" End quote. A comet this time, and a few pages back we found him comparing himself with a sewing machine. Which is he? One, or the other, or both? He seems to exhibit himself, on the one hand, as a child of nature conscious of extraordinary powers that make all the world and even the Almighty solicitous about him, and on the other, as a humble, a humiliated man, confessedly second-rate, who has lost 9 of the 10 talents committed to him, and almost begs permission to keep the one that remains. A great genius, in short, that has never attained the inner control which makes genius great. A mind that has not found itself, a mind that does not know itself, a spirit that cloaks to the end, in the fantasy of its temporal power, the tragic reality of its own essential miscarriage. We are in possession now, it seems to me, of the secret of Mark Twain's mechanistic philosophy, the philosophy of that little book which he called his Bible, What is Man? He was extremely proud of the structure of logic he had built up on the thesis that man is a machine, moved, directed, commanded by exterior influences solely, that he is a chameleon who takes the color of his place of resort, that he is a mere coffee mill which is permitted neither to supply the coffee nor turn the crank. He confesses to a sort of proprietary interest and pleasure in the validity of that notion. Quote, "Having found the truth," he says, "perceiving that beyond question man has but one moving impulse, the contenting of his own spirit, and is merely a machine and entitled to no personal merit for what he does, it is not humanly possible for me to seek further. The rest of my days will be spent in patching and painting and puttying and caulking my priceless possession, and in looking the other way when an imploring argument or a damaging fact approaches." End quote. You see how it pleases him, how much it means to him, that final truth, how he clings to it with a sort of defiant insolence against the imploring argument, the damaging fact. Quote, "Man originates nothing," he says, "not even a thought. Shakespeare could not create. He was a machine, and machines do not create." End quote. Faith never gave the believer more comfort than this philosophy gave Mark Twain. But is it possible for a creative mind to find contentment in denying the possibility of creation? And why should anyone find pride and satisfaction in the belief that man is wholly irresponsible? in the denial of free will. One remembers the fable of the fox and the sour grapes. One remembers all those forlorn and tragic souls who find comfort in saying that love exists nowhere in the world because they themselves have missed it. Certainly it could not have afforded Mark Twain any pleasure to feel that he was entitled to no personal merit for what he had done, for what he had achieved in life. The pleasure he felt sprang from the relief his theory afforded him, the relief of feeling that he was not responsible for what he had failed to achieve, namely, his proper development as an artist. He says aloud, "Shakespeare could not create," and his inner self adds, "How in the world, then, could I have done so?" He denies free will because the creative life is the very embodiment of it. The emergence, that is to say, the activity in a man of one central, dominant, integrating principle that turns the world he confronts into a mere instrument for the registration of his own preferences. There is but one interpretation, consequently, which we can put upon Mark Twain's delight in the conception of man as an irresponsible machine. It brought him comfort to feel that if he was, as he said, a sewing machine, it was the doing of destiny, and that nothing he could have done himself would have enabled him to turn out Gobelin. From his philosophy alone, therefore, we can see that Mark Twain was a frustrated spirit, a victim of arrested development, and beyond this fact, as we know from innumerable instances the psychologists have placed before us, we need not look for an explanation of the chagrin of his old age. He had been balked, he had been divided, he had even been turned, as we shall see, against himself. The poet, the artist in him, consequently, had withered into the cynic, and the whole man had become a spiritual valetudinarian. But this is a long story. To trace it, we shall have to glance not only at Mark Twain's life and work, but also at the epoch and the society in which he lived. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 2, The Candidate for Life. Part 1. Quote, "One is inclined to say that the source of sensibility is dried up in this people. They are just, they are reasonable, but they are essentially not happy." End quote. Stendhal, On Love in the United States. In 1882, Mark Twain, who had been living for so many years in the East, revisited the great river of his childhood and youth in order to gather material for his book, Life on the Mississippi. It was, naturally, a profound and touching experience, and years later he told Mr. Paine what his thoughts and memories had been. He had intended to travel under an assumed name, to pass unknown among those familiar scenes, but the pilot of the steamer Gold Dust recognized him. Mark Twain haunted the pilot house, and even, as in days of old, took his turn at the wheel. "We got to be good friends, of course," he said, "and I spent most of my time up there with him. When we got down below Cairo, and there was a big, full river, for it was high water season, and there was no danger of the boat hitting anything so long as she kept in the river. I had her most of the time on his watch. He would lie down and sleep, and leave me there to dream that the years had not slipped away, that there had been no war, no mining days, no literary adventures, that I was still a pilot, happy and carefree as I had been 20 years before. Was it merely a sentimental regret, however poignant, that Mark Twain recorded in these words? A regret for the passing of time and the charm and the hope of youth? That little note of deprecation regarding his literary adventures sets one thinking. It is not altogether flattering to the self-respect of a veteran man of letters. And besides, we say to ourselves, if that earlier vocation of his had been merely happy and carefree, a man of Mark Twain's energy and power could hardly, in later life, have so idealized it. For idealize it he certainly did. All his days he looked back upon those 4 years on the Mississippi as upon a lost paradise. "I'd rather be a pilot than anything else I've ever done in my life," he told his old master, Horace Bixby. "I am a person," he wrote to Mr. Howells in 1874, "who would quit authorizing in a minute to go to piloting if the madam would stand it." Quite an obsession, we see. And that he had found that occupation deeply, actively satisfying, that it seemed to him infinitely worthy and beautiful, is proved not only by the tender tone in which he habitually spoke of it, but by the fact that the earlier pages of Life on the Mississippi, in which he pictures it, are the most poetic, the most perfectly fused and expressive that he ever wrote. It was not a sentimental regret, then, that lifelong hankering for the lost paradise of the pilot house. It was something more organic, and Mark Twain provides us with an explanation. "If I have seemed to love my subject," he says, among the impassioned pages of his book, "it is no surprising thing, for I loved the profession far better than any I have followed since, and I took a measureless pride in it." A singular statement for a man to make out of the fullness of a literary life, the two pillars of which, if it has any pillars, are nothing else than love and pride. But Mark Twain writes those words with an almost unctuous gravity of conviction. And this, in so many words, is what he says. As a pilot, he had experienced the full flow of the creative life as he had not experienced it in literature. Strange as that may seem, we cannot question it. We have simply to explain it. The life of a Mississippi pilot had, in some special way, satisfied the instinct of the artist in him. In quite this way, the instinct of the artist in him had never been satisfied again. We do not have to look beyond this in order to interpret, if not the fact, at least the obsession. He felt that, in some way, he had been as a pilot on the right track, and he felt that he had lost this track. If he was always harking back to that moment, then it was, we can hardly escape feeling, with a vague hope of finding again some scent that was very dear to him, of recovering some precious thread of destiny, of taking some fresh start. Is it possible that he had, in fact, found himself in his career as a pilot, and lost himself with that career? It is a bold hypothesis, and yet I think a glance at Mark Twain's childhood will bear it out. We shall have to see first what sort of boy he was, and what sort of society it was he grew up in. then we shall be able to understand what unique opportunities for personal growth the career of a pilot afforded him. What a social setting it was, that little world into which Mark Twain was born! It was drab, it was tragic. In Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer we see it in the color of rose, and besides, we see there only a later phase of it, after Mark Twain's family had settled in Hannibal, on the Mississippi. He was 5 at the time. His eyes had opened on such a scene as we find in the early pages of The Gilded Age. That weary, discouraged father, struggling against conditions amid which, as he says, a man can do nothing but rot away. That kind, worn, wan, desperately optimistic, fanatically energetic mother, those ragged, wretched little children sprawling on the floor, sopping cornbread in some gravy left in the bottom of a frying pan. It is the epic not only of Mark Twain's infancy, but of a whole phase of American civilization. How many books have been published of late years letting us behind the scenes of the glamorous myth of pioneering? There is E. H. Howe's Story of a Country Town, for instance, that Western counterpart in sodden misery of Ethan Frome, a book which has only begun to find its public. This astonishing Mr. Howe, who is so painfully honest, tells us in so many words that in all his early days he never saw a woman who was not anemic and fretful, a man who was not moody and taciturn, a child who was not stunted from hard labor or undernourishment. No wonder he has come to believe, as he tells us frankly in a later book, that there is no such thing as love in the world. Think of those villages Mark Twain himself has pictured for us, with their shabby, unpainted shacks dropping with decay, the broken fences, the litter of rusty cans and foul rags. How like the leavings of some vast overturned scrap basket, some gigantic garbage can. Human nature was not responsible for this debris of a too unequal combat with circumstance, nor could human nature rise above it. Gambling, drinking, and murder, we are told, were the diversions of the capital city of Nevada in the days of the gold rush. It was not very different in normal times along the Mississippi. Hannibal was a small place, yet Mr. Paine records 4 separate murders which Mark Twain actually witnessed as a boy. Every week he would see some drunken ruffian run amuck, he saw negroes struck down and killed, he saw men shot and stabbed in the streets. How many gruesome experiences, exclaims Mr. Paine, there appear to have been in those early days. But let us be moderate. Everyone was not violent. As for the majority of the settlers, it is to the honor of mankind that history calls them heroes, and if that is an illusion, justice will never be realistic. The gods of Greece would have gone unwashed and turned gray at 40 and lost their digestion and neglected their children if they had been pioneers. Apollo himself would have relapsed into an irritable silence. A desert of human sand, the barrenest spot in all Christendom, surely, for the seed of genius to fall in. John Hay, revisiting these regions after having lived for several years in New England, wrote in one of his letters, "I am removed to a colder mental atmosphere. I find only a dreary waste of heartless materialism, where great and heroic qualities may indeed bully their way up into the glare, but the flowers of existence inevitably droop and wither." Here Mark Twain was born, and in a loveless household. The choice of his mother's heart, Mr. Paine tells us, had been a young physician of Lexington with whom she had quarreled, and her prompt engagement with John Clemens was a matter of temper rather than tenderness. Mark Twain did not remember ever having seen or heard his father laugh, we are told, and only once, when his little brother Benjamin lay dying, had he seen one member of his family kiss another. His father, absorbed in a perpetual motion machine, seldom devoted any time to the company of his children. No wonder, poor man! The palsy of a long defeat lay upon him. Besides, every spring he was prostrated with a nerve-racking sun pain that would have checked the humane impulses of an archangel. Even his mother, the backbone of the family, was infatuated with patent medicines, painkillers, health periodicals. We have it from Tom Sawyer. She was an inveterate experimenter in these things. They were all, we see, living on the edge of their nerves, a harsh, angular, desiccated existence, like so many rusty machines, without enough oil, without enough power, grating on their own metal. Little Sam, as everyone called him, was the fifth child in this household, a puny baby with a wavering promise of life. It is suggested that he was not wanted. Mr. Paine speaks of him somewhere as high-strung and neurotic. We are not surprised, therefore, to find him at 3 and 4 a wild-headed, impetuous child of sudden ecstasies that sent him capering and swinging his arms, venting his emotions in a series of leaps and shrieks and somersaults and spasms of laughter as he lay rolling in the grass. This is the child who is to retain through life that exquisite sensibility of which so many observers have spoken. Once when I met him in the country, says Mr. Howells, for example, of his later life, he had just been sickened by the success of a gunner in bringing down a blackbird, and he described the poor stricken glossy thing, how it lay throbbing its life out on the grass with such pity as he might have given a wounded child. Already in his infancy his gentle winning manner and smile make him everyone's favorite. A very special little flower of life, you see, capable of such feeling that at 23 his hair is to turn gray in the tragic experience of his brother's death. A flower of life, a wild flower, and infinitely fragile. The doctor is always being called in his behalf. Before he grows up he is to have prophetic dreams, but now another neurotic symptom manifests itself. In times of family crisis, at 4 when one of his sisters is dying, at 12 after the death of his father, he walks in his sleep. Often the rest of the household get up in the middle of the night to find this delicate little waif with his eyes shut, fretting with cold in some dark corner. Can we not already see in this child the born predestined artist? And what sort of nurture will his imagination have? He is abandoned to the fervid influences of the negro slaves, for his father had moments of a relative prosperity. Crouching in their cabins, he drinks in wild, weird tales of blood-curdling African witchcraft. Certainly, says Mr. Paine, an atmosphere like this meant a tropic development for the imagination of a delicate child. One thinks indeed of an image that would have pleased Heine, the image of a frail snow plant of the North, quivering, flaming in the furnace of the jungle. Mark Twain appears to have been from the outset a center of interest, radiating a singular potency. and the more his spirit was subjected to such a fearful stimulus, the more urgently he required for his normal development the calm, clairvoyant guidance a pioneer child could never have had. The negroes were in real charge of the children, and supplied them with entertainment. What other influence was there to counterbalance this? One, and one only, an influence tragic in its ultimate consequences, the influence of Mark Twain's mother. That poor, taciturn, sunstruck failure, John Clemens, was a mere pathetic shadow beside the woman whose portrait Mark Twain has drawn for us in the Aunt Polly of Tom Sawyer. She, who was regarded as a character by all the town, who was said to have been the handsomest girl and the wittiest, as well as the best dancer in all Kentucky, who was still able to dance at 80 and lived to be 87, who belonged, in short, to the long-lived, energetic side of the house, directed her children, we are told, and we can believe it, with considerable firmness. And what was the inevitable relationship between her and this little boy? She had a weakness, says Mr. Paine, for the child that demanded most of her mother's care. All were tractable and growing in grace but little Sam, a delicate little lad to be worried over, mothered, or spanked and put to bed. In later life, "You gave me more uneasiness than any child I had," she told him. In fact, she was always scolding him, comforting him, forgiving him, punishing and pleading with him, fixing her attention upon him, exercising her emotions about him, impressing it upon his mind for all time, as we shall come to see, that woman is the inevitable seat of authority and the fount of wisdom. We know that such excessive influences are apt to deflect the growth of any spirit. Men are like planets in this, that for them to sail clear in their own orbits, the forces of gravity have to be disposed with a certain balance on all sides. How often, when the father counts for nothing, a child becomes the satellite of its mother, especially when that mother's love has not found its normal expression in her own youth. We have seen that Mark Twain's mother did not love her husband. That her capacity for love, however, was very great, is proved by the singular story revealed in one of Mark Twain's letters. More than 60 years after she had quarreled with that young Lexington doctor, and when her husband had long been dead, she, a woman of 80 or more, took a railway journey to a distant city where there was an old settlers' convention, because among the names of those who were to attend it, she had noticed the name of the lover of her youth. Who could have imagined such a heartbreak as that, said Mr. Howells when he heard the story. Yet it went along with the fulfillment of everyday duty and made no more noise than a grave underfoot. It made no noise, but it undoubtedly had a prodigious effect upon Mark Twain's life. When an affection as intense as that is balked in its direct path and repressed, it usually, as we know, finds an indirect outlet. And it is plain that the woman, as well as the mother, expressed itself in the passionate attachment of Jane Clemens to her son. We shall note many consequences of this fact as we go on with our story. We can say at least at this point that Mark Twain was, quite definitely, in his mother's leading strings. What was the inevitable result? I have said, not, I hope, with too much presumption, that Mark Twain had already shown himself the born, predestined artist. that his whole nature manifested what is called a tendency toward the creative life. For that tendency to become conscious, to become purposive, two things were necessary. It must be able, in the first place, to assert itself, and, in the second place, to embody itself in a vocation, to realize itself, and then to educate itself, to realize itself in educating itself. And, as we know, the influences of early childhood are, in these matters, vitally important. If Jane Clemens had been a woman of wide experience and independent mind, in proportion to the strength of her character, Mark Twain's career might have been wholly different. Had she been catholic in her sympathies, in her understanding of life, then, no matter how more than maternal her attachment to her son was, she might have placed before him and encouraged him to pursue interests and activities amid which he could eventually have recovered his balance, reduced the filial bond to its normal measure, and stood on his own feet. But that is to wish for a type of woman our old pioneer society could never have produced. We are told that the Aunt Polly of Tom Sawyer is a speaking portrait of Jane Clemens, and Aunt Polly, as we know, was the symbol of all the taboos. The stronger her will was, the more comprehensive were her repressions, the more certainly she became the inflexible guardian of tradition in a social regime where tradition was inalterably opposed to every sort of personal deviation from the accepted type. In their remoteness from the political centers of the young republic, says Mr. Howells in The Leatherwood God, of these old Middle Western settlements, they seldom spoke of the civic questions stirring the towns of the East. The commercial and industrial problems which vex modern society were unknown to them. Religion was their chief interest. And in the slave states it was not the abolitionist alone whose name was held, as Mr. Paine says, in horror, but everyone who had the audacity to think differently from his neighbors. Jane Clemens, in short, was the embodiment of that old-fashioned cast-iron Calvinism which had proved so favorable to the life of enterprising action, but which perceived the scent of the devil in any least expression of what is now known as the creative impulse. She had a kind heart. She was always repenting and softening and forgiving. It is said that whenever she had to drown kittens, she warmed the water first. But this, without opening any channel in a contrary direction, only sealed her authority. She won her points as much by kindness as by law. Besides, tradition spoke first in her mind. Her hand was quicker than her heart. In action, she was the Madonna of the hairbrush. And what specifically was it that she punished? Those furtive dealings of Huck and Tom with whitewash and piracy were nothing in the world, and that is why all the world loves them, but the first stirrings of the normal aesthetic sense, the first stirrings of individuality. Already I think we divine what was bound to happen in the soul of Mark Twain. The story of Huckleberry Finn turns, as we remember, upon a conflict. The author, says Mr. Paine, makes Huck's struggle a psychological one between conscience and the law on one side and sympathy on the other. In the famous episode of Nigger Jim, sympathy, the cause of individual freedom, wins. Years later, in The Mysterious Stranger, Mark Twain presented the parallel situation we noted in the last chapter. We found, says the boy who tells that story, that we were not manly enough nor brave enough to do a generous action when there was a chance that it could get us into trouble. Conscience and the law, we see, had long since prevailed in the spirit of Mark Twain. But what is the conscience of a boy who checks a humane impulse, but boy terror, as Mr. Paine calls it, an instinctive fear of custom, of tribal authority? The conflict in Huckleberry Finn is simply the conflict of Mark Twain's own childhood. He solved it successfully, he fulfilled his desire, in the book, as an author can. In actual life he did not solve it at all. He surrendered. Turn to the record in Mr. Paine's biography. We find Mark Twain in perpetual revolt against all those institutions for which his mother stood. "Church ain't worth shucks," says Tom Sawyer. As for school, he never learned to like it. Each morning he went with reluctance and remained with loathing, the loathing which he always had for anything resembling bondage and tyranny, or even the smallest curtailment of liberty. One recalls what Huck said of Aunt Polly just before he made his escape to the woods. "Don't talk about it, Tom. I've tried it and it don't work. It don't work, Tom. It ain't for me. I ain't used to it. The widder's good to me and friendly, but I can't stand them ways. She makes me get up just at the same time every morning. She makes me wash. They comb me all to thunder. She won't let me sleep in the woodshed. I got to wear them blamed clothes that just smothers me, Tom. They don't seem to any air get through 'em somehow, and they're so rotten nice that I can't set down, nor lay down, nor roll around anywheres. I hain't slid on a cellar door for, well, it 'pears to be years. I got to go to church and sweat and sweat. I hate them ornery sermons. I can't ketch a fly in there. I can't chaw. I got to wear shoes all Sunday. The widder eats by a bell. She goes to bed by a bell. She gets up by a bell. Everything's so awful reg'lar a body can't stand it." But Mark Twain did not escape to the woods, literally or in any other way. He never even imagined that his feelings of revolt had any justification. We remember how, when Huck and Tom were caught in some escapade, they would resolve to lead a better life, to go to church, visit the sick, carry them baskets of food, and subsist wholly upon tracts. That was what Mark Twain did. Not to do so, says Mr. Paine, was dangerous. Flames were being kept brisk for little boys who were heedless of sacred matters. His home teaching convinced him of that. And his mother was so strong, so courageous, the only strong and courageous influence he knew. In some vague way, says Mr. Paine, he set them down, the fearful spectacles of escaping slaves, caught and beaten and sold, as warnings or punishments designed to give him a taste for a better life. Warnings, in short, not to tempt Providence himself, not to play with freedom. He felt that it was his own conscience that made these things torture him. That was his mother's idea, and he had a high respect for her moral opinions. Naturally. And she punished him and pleaded with him, alternately, with one inevitable result. To fear God and dread the Sunday school, he wrote to Mr. Howells in later years, exactly described that old feeling which I used to have. And he tells us also that as a boy he wanted to be a preacher, because it never occurred to me that a preacher could be damned. Can we not see that already the boy whose interests and preferences and activities diverge from those of the accepted type had become in his eyes the bad boy? That individuality itself, not to mention the creative life, had become for him identical with sin? End of chapter 2, part 1. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 2, part 2 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 2, The Candidate for Life, Part 2. Many a great writer, many a great artist, no doubt, has grown up and flourished like a blade of grass between the cobblestones of Calvinism. Scotland has a tale to tell. But Scotland has other strains, other traditions, books and scholars, gaieties, nobilities. How can we compare the fertile human soil of any spot in Europe with that dry, old, barren, horizonless Middle West of ours? How was Mark Twain to break the spell of his infancy and find a vocation there? Calvinism itself had gone to seed. It was nothing but the dead hand of custom. The flaming priest had long since given way to the hysterical evangelist. Grope as he might, he could find nowhere, either in men or in books, the bread and wine of the Spirit. In all his youth, unless we except that journeyman chairmaker, Frank Burrough, who had a taste for Dickens and Thackeray, there is record of only one thinking soul whom he encountered, a Scotchman named Macfarlane, whom he met in Cincinnati. They were long fermenting discourses, Mr. Paine tells us, that young Samuel Clemens listened to that winter in Macfarlane's room. And what was the counsel which, from that sole source, his blind and wavering aptitude received? That man's heart was the only bad one in the animal kingdom, that man was the only animal capable of malice, vindictiveness, drunkenness, and that his intellect was only a depraving addition to him, which, in the end, placed him in a rank far below the other beasts. Propitious words for this candidate for the art of living. And as with men, so it was with books. In Life on the Mississippi, there is a memorable picture of the library in the typical gentleman's house, all the way from St. Louis to New Orleans. Martin Tupper, Friendship's Offering, Affection's Wreath, Ossian, Alonzo and Melissa, Ivanhoe, and Godey's Lady's Book, piled and disposed with cast-iron exactness according to an inherited and unchangeable plan. How indeed could the cultural background of that society have been anything but stagnant, when no fresh stream of cultural interest could possibly penetrate through the foreground? One day, in the dusty, littered streets of Hannibal, Mark Twain picked up a loose page, the page of some life of Joan of Arc, which was flying in the wind. That seed, so planted, was to blossom half a century later. Even now it began to put forth little tentative shoots. It gave him his cue, says Mr. Paine, the first word of a part in the human drama, and he conceived a sudden interest in history and languages. Anything might have come of that impulse if it had had the least protection, if it had been able to find a guideway. As a matter of fact, as a matter of course, it perished in a joke. In all his environment, then, we see, there was nothing to assist in the transformation of an unconscious artistic instinct, however urgent, into a conscious artistic purpose. Dahomey, wrote Mark Twain once, could not find an Edison out. In Dahomey, an Edison could not find himself out. Broadly speaking, genius is not born with sight, but blind, and it is not itself that opens its eyes, but the subtle influences of a myriad of stimulating exterior circumstances. He was reciting his own story in those words. But the circumstances that surrounded Mark Twain were not merely passively unfavorable to his own self-discovery. They were actively, overwhelmingly unfavorable. He was in his mother's leading strings, and in his mother's eyes any sort of personal self-assertion in choices, preferences, impulses, was, literally, sinful. Thus the whole weight of the Calvinistic tradition was concentrated against him at his most vulnerable point. His mother, whom he could not gainsay, was unconsciously but inflexibly set against his genius, and destiny, which always fights on the side of the heaviest artillery, delivered in his 12th year a stroke that sealed her victory. Mark Twain's father died. Let Mr. Paine picture the scene. The boy Sam was fairly broken down. Remorse, which always dealt with him unsparingly, laid a heavy hand on him now. Wildness, disobedience, indifference to his father's wishes, all were remembered. 100 things, in themselves trifling, became ghastly and heart-wringing in the knowledge that they could never be undone. Seeing his grief, his mother took him by the hand and led him into the room where his father lay. "It is all right, Sammy," she said. "What's done is done, and it does not matter to him any more. But here by the side of him now I want you to promise me." He turned, his eyes streaming with tears, and flung himself into her arms. "I will promise anything," he sobbed, "if you won't make me go to school. Anything." His mother held him for a moment, thinking, then she said, "No, Sammy, you need not go to school any more. Only promise me to be a better boy. Promise not to break my heart." So he promised her to be a faithful and industrious man, and upright like his father. His mother was satisfied with that. The sense of honor and justice was already strong within him. To him, a promise was a serious matter at any time. Made under conditions like these, it would be held sacred. That night, it was after the funeral, his tendency to somnambulism manifested itself. His mother and sister, who were sleeping together, saw the door open and a form in white enter. Naturally nervous at such a time, and living in a day of almost universal superstition, they were terrified and covered their heads. Presently a hand was laid on the coverlet, first at the foot, then at the head of the bed. A thought struck Mrs. Clemens. "Sam," she said. He answered, but he was sound asleep and fell to the floor. He had risen and thrown a sheet around him in his dreams. He walked in his sleep several nights in succession after that. Then he slept more soundly. Who is sufficiently the master of signs and portents to read this terrible episode aright? One thing, however, we feel with irresistible certitude, that Mark Twain's fate was once for all decided there. That hour by his father's corpse, that solemn oath, that walking in his sleep, we must hazard some interpretation of it all. And I think we are justified in hazarding as most likely that which explains the most numerous and the most significant phenomena of his later life. To a hypersensitive child such as Mark Twain was at 11, that ceremonious confrontation with his father's corpse must, in the first place, have brought a profound nervous shock. Already, we are told, he was broken down by his father's death. Remorse had laid a heavy hand on him. But what was this remorse? What had he done for grief or shame? 100 things in themselves trifling, which had offended, in reality, not his father's heart, but his father's will as a conventional citizen, with a natural desire to raise up a family in his own likeness. Feeble, frantic, furtive little feelings out of this moody child, the first wavering steps of the soul, that is what they have really been, these peccadilloes, the dawn of the artist. And the formidable promptings of love tell him that they are sin. He is broken down indeed. All those crystalline fragments of individuality, still so tiny and so fragile, are suddenly shattered. His nature, wrought upon by the tense heat of that hour, has become again like soft wax, and his mother stamps there, with awful ceremony, the composite image of her own meagre traditions. He is to go forth the good boy by force majeure. He is to become such a man as his father would have approved of. He is to retrieve his father's failure, to recover the lost gentility of a family that had once been proud, to realize that mirage of wealth that had ever hung before his father's eyes. And to do so, he is not to quarrel heedlessly with his bread and butter. He is to keep strictly within the code, to remember the maxims of Ben Franklin, to respect all the prejudices and all the conventions. Above all, he is not to be drawn aside into any fanciful orbit of his own. Hide your faces, Huck and Tom. Put away childish things, Sam Clemens. Go forth into the world, but remain always a child, your mother's child. In a day to come you will write to one of your friends, "We have no real morals, but only artificial ones, morals created and preserved by the forced suppression of natural and healthy instincts." Never mind that now. Your mother imagines her heart is in the balance. Will you break it? Will you promise? And the little boy, in the terror of that presence, sobs, "Anything." "There is in every man," said Sainte-Beuve, "a poet who dies young. In truth, the poet does not die. He falls into a fitful trance." It is perfectly evident what happened to Mark Twain at this moment. He became, and his immediate manifestation of somnambulism is the proof of it, a dual personality. If I were sufficiently hardy, as I am not, I should say that that little sleepwalker who appeared at Jane Clemens's bedside on the night of her husband's funeral was the spirit of Tom Sawyer, come to demand again the possession of his own soul, to revoke that ruthless promise he had given. He came for several nights, and then, we are told, the little boy slept more soundly, a sign, one might say, if one were a fortune teller, that he had grown accustomed to the new and difficult role of being two people at once. The subject of dual personality was always, as we shall see, an obsession with Mark Twain. He who seemed to his friends such a natural-born actor, who was, in childhood, susceptible not only to somnambulism, but to mesmeric control, had shown from the outset a distinct tendency toward what is called dissociation of consciousness. His wish to be an artist, which has been so frowned upon and has encountered such insurmountable obstacle in the disapproval of his mother, is now repressed more or less definitely, and another wish, that of winning approval, which inclines him to conform with public opinion, has supplanted it. The individual, in short, has given way to the type. The struggle between these two selves, these two tendencies, these two wishes or groups of wishes, will continue throughout Mark Twain's life, and the poet, the artist, the individual will make a brave effort to survive. From the death of his father onward, however, his will is definitely enlisted on the side opposed to his essential instinct. When, a few years later, Mark Twain leaves home on his first excursion into the great world, he gladly takes the oath which his mother administers, not to throw a card or drink a drop of liquor while he is away, an oath she seals with a kiss. To obey Jane Clemens, to do what seems good in her eyes, not to try life and make his own rejections, has become actually pleasing to him. It is his own will to make the journey of life in bond, as surely as any box that was ever sent by freight. Never was an adolescence more utterly objective than Mr. Paine's record shows Mark Twain's to have been. For several years before he was 21, he drifted about as a journeyman printer. He went as far east as Washington, Philadelphia, and New York. This latter journey lasted more than a year. One might have expected it to open before him an immense horizon, yet he seems, to judge from his published letters, to have experienced not one of the characteristic thoughts or feelings of youth, never a hint of melancholy, of aspiration, of hope, depression, joy, even ambition. His letters are as full of statistics as the travel reports of an engineer, and the only sensation he seems to experience is the telltale sensation of homesickness. He has no wish to investigate life, to think, to feel, to love. He is, in fact, under a spell. He is inhibited, he inhibits himself, even from seeking on his own account that vital experience which is the stuff of the creative life. Then, suddenly, comes a revolutionary change. He hears the old call of the river. He becomes a pilot. Mr. Paine expresses surprise that Mark Twain should have embarked upon this career with such passionate earnestness, that the man whom the world was to know later, dreamy, unpractical, and indifferent to details, should ever have persisted in acquiring the absolutely limitless knowledge it necessitated. He explains it by the fact that Mark Twain loved the river in its every mood and aspect and detail, and not only the river, but the steamboat, and still more, perhaps, the freedom of the pilot's life and its prestige. Mr. Paine omits one important particular. We have seen that in Mark Twain two opposed groups of wishes, the wish to be an artist and the wish to win his mother's approval, to stand in with pioneer society, were struggling for survival. When we turn to his account of the Mississippi pilots, their life, their activities, their social position, we can see that in this career both these wishes were satisfied concurrently. Piloting was, in the first place, a preeminently respectable and lucrative occupation. Besides this, of all the pioneer types of the Mississippi region, the pilot alone embodied in any large measure the characteristics of the artist. In him alone these characteristics were permitted. In him they were actually encouraged to survive. We cannot understand why this was so without bearing in mind a peculiarity of the pioneer regime upon which we shall have occasion more than once to dwell. Mr. Herbert Croly has described it in The Promise of American Life. In such a society, says Mr. Croly, a man who persisted in one job and who applied the most rigorous and exacting standards to his work was out of place and was really inefficient. His finished product did not serve its temporary purpose much better than did the current careless and hasty product, and his higher standards and peculiar ways constituted an implied criticism upon the easy methods of his neighbors. He interfered with the rough good fellowship which naturally arises among a group of men who submit good-naturedly and uncritically to current standards. It is no wonder, consequently, that the pioneer democracy viewed with distrust and aversion the man with a special vocation and high standards of achievement. Such a man did insist upon being in certain respects better than average, and, under the prevalent economic social conditions, he did impair the consistency of feeling upon which the pioneers rightly placed such a high value. Consequently, they half unconsciously sought to suppress men with special vocations. Here, of course, we have what is by far the most important fact to be considered in any study of the creative life in the West. As we shall see, Mark Twain remained all his life, in this sense, a pioneer in his own view of the special vocation of literature. What is to be noted now is that the pilot was an exception, and the only exception in the Mississippi region, to this general social law. In Nevada, in California, where Mark Twain was to live later, and where he was to begin his literary life, there were no exceptions. The system described by Mr. Croly reigned in its most extreme and uncompromising form. Everyone had to be a jack of all trades, everyone had to live by his wits. The entire welfare, almost the existence, of the population of the Mississippi Valley, on the other hand, depended, before the war, upon the expert skill of the pilot. For the river traffic to be secure at all, he alone, but he at least, had to be a craftsman, a specialist of the very highest order. There were no signal lights along the shore, we are told. The river was full of snags and shifting sandbars. The pilot had to know every bank and dead tree and reef, every cutoff and current, every depth of water, by day and by night, in the whole stretch of 1,200 miles between St. Louis and New Orleans. He had to smell danger in the dark and read the surface of the water as an open page. Upon his mastery of that supreme science, as it was called, hung all the civilization of the river folk, their trade, their intercourse with the great centers, everything that stirred them out of the inevitable stagnation of an isolated village existence. The pilot was, consequently, in every sense an anomaly, a privileged person, a sovereign. Not only did he receive commands from nobody, but he was authorized to resent even the merest suggestion. I have seen a boy of 18, Mark Twain tells us, taking a great steamer serenely into what seemed almost certain destruction, and the aged captain standing mutely by, filled with apprehension, but powerless to interfere. Pilots were, he says, treated with marked deference by all, officers and servants and passengers, and, he adds naively, I think pilots were about the only people I ever knew who failed to show, in some degree, embarrassment in the presence of traveling foreign princes. Above all, and this was the anomaly to which Mark Twain, after many years of experience in American society, recurs with most significant emphasis, the pilot was morally free. Thanks to the indispensability of that highly skilled vocation of his, he and he alone possessed the sole condition without which the creative instinct cannot survive and grow. A pilot in those days, he says with tragic exaggeration, was the only unfettered and entirely independent human being that lived in the earth. Kings are but the manacled servants of parliaments and the people, the editor of a newspaper, clergymen. Writers of all kinds are manacled servants of the public. We write frankly and fearlessly, but then we modify before we print. In truth, every man and woman and child has a master, and worries and frets in servitude. But in the day I write of, the Mississippi pilot had none. Can we not see, then, how inevitably the figure of the pilot became a sort of channel for all the aesthetic idealism of the Mississippi region? When I was a boy, Mark Twain says, there was but one permanent ambition among my comrades in our village. That was to be a steamboatman. We had transient ambitions of other sorts, but they were only transient. Think of the squalor of those villages, their moral and material squalor, their dim and ice-bound horizon, their petty taboos, repression at one extreme, eruption at the other, and shiftlessness for a golden mean. You can hardly imagine, said Mark Twain once, you can hardly imagine what it meant to a boy in those days, shut in as we were, to see those steamboats pass up and down. They were indeed floating enchantments, beautiful, comely, clean, first-rate for once, not second or third or fourth, light and bright and gay, radiating a sort of transcendent self-respect, magnetic in its charm, its cheerfulness, its trim vigor. And what an air they had of going somewhere, of getting somewhere, of knowing what they were about, of having an orbit of their own, and willfully, deliberately, delightfully pursuing it. Stars, in short, pillars of fire in that baffling twilight of mediocrity, nonentity, cast-iron taboos, and catchpenny opportunism. And the pilot! Mark Twain tells how he longed to be a cabin boy, to do any menial work about the decks in order to serve the majestic boats and their worthy sovereigns. Of what are we reminded but the breathless, the fructifying adoration of a young apprentice in the atelier of some great master of the Renaissance? And we are right. Mark Twain's soul is that of the artist, and what we see unfolding itself is indeed the natural passion of the novice, lavished, for love of the métier, upon the only creative, shall I say, at least the only purposive figure in all his experience. Think of the phrases that figure evokes in Life on the Mississippi. By the shadow of death, but he's a lightning pilot." It was in this fashion that comrades of the wheel spoke of one another. "You just ought to have seen him take this boat through Helena Crossing. I never saw anything so gaudy before. And if he can do such a gold leaf, kid glove, diamond breastpin piloting when he is sound asleep, what couldn't he do if he was dead?" The adjectives suggest the barbaric magnificence of the pilot's costume, for in his costume, too, the visible sign of a salary as great as that of the Vice President of the United States, he was a privileged person. But the accent is unmistakable. It is an outburst of pure aesthetic emotion, produced by a supreme exercise of personal craftsmanship. Mark Twain had his chance at last. "I wandered for 10 years," he said in later life, when he used to assert so passionately that a man is a mere chameleon who takes his color from his surroundings, a passive agent of his environment. "I wandered for 10 years under the guidance and dictatorship of circumstance. Then circumstance arrived with another turning point of my life, a new link. I had made the acquaintance of a pilot. I begged him to teach me the river, and he consented. I became a pilot." He had come to believe that he had drifted into piloting and out of it quite as aimlessly as he had drifted into and out of so many other occupations. But that hardly bears out his other assertion that to be a pilot was the permanent ambition of his childhood. Two instincts had impelled him all along: the instinct to seek a lucrative and respectable position of which his mother would approve, and the instinct to develop himself as an artist. Already as a printer he had exhibited an enthusiastic interest in craftsmanship. He was a rapid learner and a neat worker, we are told, a good workman, faithful and industrious. He set a clean proof, his brother Orion said. Whatever required intelligence and care and imagination, adds Mr. Paine, of those printing days, was given to Sam Clemens. He had naturally gravitated, therefore, toward the one available channel that offered him the training his artistic instinct required. And the proof is that Mark Twain, in order to take advantage of that opportunity, gladly submitted to all manner of conditions of a sort that he was wholly unwilling to submit to at any later period of his life. In the first place, he had no money, and he was under a powerful compulsion to make money at almost any cost. Yet, in order to pass his apprenticeship, he agreed not only to forego all remuneration until his apprenticeship was completed, but to find somehow, anyhow, the $500, a large sum indeed for him, which was the price of his tuition. And then, most striking fact of all, he took pains, endless, unremitting pains, to make himself competent. It was a tremendous task. How tremendous everyone knows who has read Life on the Mississippi. Even considering his old-time love of the river and the pilot's trade, says Mr. Paine, it is still incredible that a man of his temperament could have persisted, as he did, against such obstacles. The answer is to be found only in the fact that, embarked as he was at last on a career that called supremely for self-reliance, independence, initiative, judgment, skill, his nature was rapidly crystallizing. "Sum all the gifts that a man is endowed with," he writes to his brother Orion, "and we give our greatest share of admiration to his energy. And today, if I were a heathen, I would rear a statue to energy and fall down and worship it. I want a man I want you to take up a line of action and follow it out, in spite of the very devil. Is this the Mark Twain who, in later life, reading in Suetonius of one Flavius Clemens, a man in wide repute for his want of energy, wrote on the margin of the book, "I guess this is where our line starts"? Mark Twain had found his cue, incredible as it must have seemed, in that shiftless half-world of the Mississippi, and he was following it for dear life. We note in him at this time an entire lack of the humor of his later days. He is taut as one of the hawsers of his own boat. He is, if not altogether a grave, brooding soul, at least a frankly poetic one, meditating at night in his pilot house on life, death, the reason of existence, of creation, the ways of providence and destiny, overflowing with a sense of power, of purpose, of direction, of control. "I used to have inspirations," he said once, "as I sat there alone those nights. I used to imagine all sorts of situations and possibilities. Those things got into my books by and by, and furnished me with many a chapter. I can trace the effect of those nights through most of my books in one way and another." He who had so loathed every sort of intellectual discipline, who had run away from school with the inevitability of water flowing downhill, set himself to study, to learn, with a passion of eagerness. Earlier, at the time when he had picked up that flying leaf from the life of Joan of Arc, he had suddenly seized the moment's inspiration to study Latin and German, but the impulse had not lasted, could not last. Now, however, nothing was too difficult for him. He bought textbooks and applied himself when he was off watch and in port. The pilots, says Mr. Paine, regarded him as a great reader, a student of history, travels, literature, and the sciences, a young man whom it was an education as well as an entertainment to know. Mark Twain was pressing forward, with all sails set. How to take life is the subject of one of his jottings. "Take it just as though it was, as it is, an earnest, vital, and important affair. Take it as though you were born to the task of performing a merry part in it, as though the world had waited for your coming. Now and then a man stands aside from the crowd, labors earnestly, steadfastly, confidently, and straightway becomes famous for wisdom, intellect, skill, greatness of some sort. The world wonders, admires, idolizes, and it only illustrates what others may do if they take hold of life with a purpose. The miracle or the power that elevates the few is to be found in their industry, application, and perseverance, under the promptings of a brave, determined spirit." End quote. It is impossible to mistake the tone of this juvenile sentiment. It is the emotion of a man who feels himself in the center of the road of his own destiny. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 3. The Gilded Age. Part 1. Quote, "The American democracy follows its ascending march, uniform, majestic as the laws of being, sure of itself as the decrees of eternity." End quote. George Bancroft. You conceive this valiant spirit, the golden thread in his hands, feeling his way with a firmer grasp, with surer step, through the dim labyrinth of that pioneer world. He will not always be a pilot. He is an artist born. Some day he is going to be a writer. And what a magnificent nursery for his talent he has found at last. "In that brief, sharp schooling," he said once, "I got personally and familiarly acquainted with all the different types of human nature that are to be found in fiction, biography, or history. When I find a well-drawn character in fiction or biography, I generally take a warm personal interest in him for the reason that I have known him before, met him on the river." Yes, it ought to serve him well, that experience. It ought to equip him for a supreme interpretation of American life. It ought to serve him as the streets of London served Dickens, as the prison life of Siberia served Dostoevsky, as the Civil War hospitals served Whitman. But will it? Only if the artist in him can overcome the pioneer. Those great writers used their experience simply as grist for the mill of a profound personal vision. Rising above it themselves, they imposed upon it the mold of their own individuality. Can Mark Twain keep the golden thread in his hands long enough? As a pilot, he is not merely storing his mind with knowledge of men and their ways. He is forming indispensable habits of mind, self-confidence, self-respect, judgment, workmanlike behavior. He is redeeming his moral freedom. But has he quite found himself? Has his nature had time to crystallize? No, and the time is up. Circumstance steps in and cuts the golden thread, and all is lost. The Civil War, with its blockade of the Mississippi, put an end forever to the glories of the old river traffic. That unique career, the pilot's career, which had afforded Mark Twain the rudiments of a creative education, came to an abrupt end. Nothing could be more startling, more significant, than the change instantly registered by this fact in Mark Twain's life. What happened to him? He has told us in "The Story of a Campaign That Failed," that exceedingly dubious episode of his 3 weeks' career as a soldier in the Confederate Army. Mark Twain was undoubtedly right in feeling that he had no cause for shame in having so ignominiously taken up arms and a military title only to desert on the pretext of a swollen ankle. The whole story simply reflects the confusion and misunderstanding with which, especially in the border states, the Civil War began. What it does reveal, however, is a singular childishness, a sort of infantility, in fact, that is very hard to reconcile with the character of any man of 26, and especially one who, a few weeks before, had been a river sovereign, the master of a great steamboat, a worshipper of energy and purpose, in short, the Mark Twain we have just seen. They met, that amateur battalion, in a secret place on the outskirts of Hannibal, And there, says Mr. Paine, they planned how they would sell their lives on the field of glory, just as Tom Sawyer's band might have done if it had thought about playing war instead of Indian and pirate and bandit, with fierce raids on peach orchards and melon patches. Mark Twain's brief career as a soldier exhibited, as we see, just the characteristics of a throwback, a reversion to a previous infantile frame of mind. Was the apparent control which he had established over his life merely illusory then? No, it was real enough as long as it was fortified by the necessary conditions. Had those conditions continued a little longer, one feels certain, that self-control would have become organic, and Mark Twain would never have had to deny free will, would never, in later years, have been led to assert so passionately that man is a mere chameleon. But the habit of moral independence, of self-determination, was so new to this man, who had passed his whole adolescence in his mother's leading strings, the old, dependent, chaotic, haphazard, pioneer instinct of his childhood so deep-seated, that the moment these fortifying conditions were removed, he slipped back into the boy he had been before. He had lost his one opportunity, the one guideway that Western life could afford the artist in him. For 4 years his life had been motivated by the ideal of craftsmanship. Nothing stood between him now and a world given over to exploitation. A boy just out of school. It was in this frame of mind, committing himself gaily to chance, that he went west with his brother Orion to the Nevada gold fields. One recalls the tense, passionate young figure of the pilot house exhorting his brother to take up a line of action and follow it out in spite of the very devil, jotting in his notebook eager and confident reflections on the duty of taking hold of life with a purpose. In these words from "Roughing It," he pictures the change in his mood. Quote, "Nothing helps scenery like ham and eggs. Ham and eggs, and after these a pipe, an old, rank, delicious pipe. Ham and eggs and scenery, a downgrade, a flying coach, a fragrant pipe, and a contented heart. These make happiness. It is what all the ages have struggled for." End quote. A downgrade, going west. He is on the loose, you see. That will, that purpose have become a bore even to think about. And who could wish him less human? Only one who knows the fearful retribution his own soul is going to exact of him. He is innocently, frankly yielding himself to life, unaware in his joyous sense of freedom that he is no longer really free, that he is bound once more by all the compulsions of his childhood. But now, in order to understand what happened to Mark Twain, we shall have to break the thread of his personal history. The influences about the human being, he wrote years later, create his preferences, his aversions, his politics, his tastes, his morals, his religion. He creates none of these things for himself. That, as we shall see, was Mark Twain's deduction from his own life. Consequently, we must glance now at the epoch and the society to which, at this critical moment of his career, he was so gaily, so trustfully committing himself. What was that epoch? It was the round half-century that began in the midst of the Civil War, reached its apogee in the 70s and 80s, and its climacteric in the 90s of the last century, with the beginning of the so-called progressive movement, and came to an indeterminate conclusion, by the kindness of heaven, shortly before the War of 1914. It was the epoch of industrial pioneering, the Gilded Age, as Mark Twain called it in the title of his only novel, the age when presidents were businessmen, and generals were businessmen, and preachers were businessmen, when the whole psychic energy of the American people was absorbed in the exploitation and the organization of the material resources of the continent, and business enterprise was virtually the only recognized sphere of action. One recalls the career of Charles Francis Adams. A man of powerful individual character, he was certainly intended by nature to carry on the traditions of disinterested public effort he had inherited from 3 generations of ancestors. Casting about for a career immediately after the Civil War, however, he was able to find in business alone, as he has told us in his autobiography, the proper scope for his energies. Surveying the whole field, he says, instinctively recognizing my unfitness for the law, I fixed on the railroad system as the most developing force and largest field of the day, and determined to attach myself to it. And how fully, by the end of his life, he had come to accept the values of his epoch, in spite of that tell-tale otherwise-mindedness of his, we can see from these candid words. As to politics, it is a game. Art, science, literature, we know how fashions change. What I now find I would really have liked is something quite different. I would like to have accumulated, and ample and frequent opportunity for doing so was offered me, one of those vast fortunes of the present day, rising up into the tens and scores of millions, what is vulgarly known as money to burn. I would like to be the 19th century John Harvard, the John Harvard of the money bags, if you will. I would rather be that than be historian or general or president. Less than ever, then, after the Civil War, can America be said to have offered a career open to all talents. It offered only one career, that of sharing in the material development of the continent. Into this one channel passed all the religious fervor of the race. I have spoken of Mark Twain's novel. It is not a good novel. It is, artistically, almost an unqualified failure. And yet, as inferior works often do, it conveys the spirit of its time. It tells, that is to say, a story which, in default of any other and better, might well be called the Odyssey of modern America. Philip Sterling, the hero, is in love with Ruth Bolton, the daughter of a rich Quaker, and his ambition is to make money so that he may marry her and establish a home. Philip goes west in search of a coal mine. He is baffled in his quest again and again. He still had faith that there was coal in that mountain. He had made a picture of himself, living there a hermit in a shanty by the tunnel. Perhaps some day, he felt it must be so some day, he would strike coal. But what if he did? Would he be alive to care for it then? No, a man wants riches in his youth, when the world is fresh to him. Philip had to look about him. He was like Adam. The world was all before him where to choose. Routed by the stubborn mountain, he persists in his dream. Again he goes back to it and toils on. 3 or 4 times in as many weeks he said to himself, "Am I a visionary? I must be a visionary." His workers desert him. After that, Philip fought his battles alone. Once more he begins to have doubts. "I am conquered. I have got to give it up. But I am not conquered. I will go and work for money, and come back and have another fight with fate. Ah me, it may be years, it may be years." And then, at last, when the hour is blackest, he strikes the coal, a mountain full of it. Philip in luck, we are told, had become suddenly a person of consideration, whose speech was freighted with meaning, whose looks were all significant. The words of a proprietor of a rich coal mine have a golden sound, and his common sayings are repeated as if they were solid wisdom. Triumphant, Philip goes back to Ruth, and they are married, and the Gilded Age is justified in its children. Am I wrong in suggesting that this is the true folk odyssey of our civilization? It is the pattern, one might almost say, of all the stories of modern America. And what distinguishes it from other national epopees is the fact that all its idealism runs into the channel of money-making. Mr. Lowes Dickinson once commented on the truly religious character of American business. The Gilded Age enables us to verify that observation at its source. For all the phenomena of religion figure in Philip's search for the coal mine. He lives in the faith of discovering it. He sees himself as another Adam, as a hermit consecrated to that cause. He thinks of money as the treasure you long for in your youth when the world is fresh to you. He invokes Providence to help him find it. He speaks of himself, in his ardent longing for it, as a visionary. He speaks of fighting his battle alone, of another fight with fate. This is not mere zeal, one observes, not the mere zeal of the mere votary. It is, quite specifically, the religious zeal of the religious votary. And as Philip Sterling is to himself in the process, so he is to others in the event. The words of a proprietor of a rich coal mine have a golden sound, and his common sayings are repeated as if they were solid wisdom. The hero, in other words, has become the prophet. We can see now that, during the Gilded Age at least, wealth meant to Americans something else than mere material possession, and the pursuit of it nothing less than a sacred duty. One might note, in corroboration of this, an interesting passage from William Roscoe Thayer's Life and Letters of John Hay. Quote, "That you have property is proof of industry and foresight on your part or your father's. That you have nothing is a judgment on your laziness and vices, or on your improvidence. The world is a moral world, which it would not be if virtue and vice received the same rewards. This summary, though confessedly crude, may help, if it be not pushed too close, to define John Hay's position. The property you own, be it a tiny cottage or a palace, means so much more than the tangible object. With it are bound up whatever in historic times has stood for civilization. So an attack on property becomes an attack on civilization." End quote. Here surely we have one of those supremely characteristic utterances that convey the note of whole societies. that industry and foresight are the cardinal virtues, that virtue and vice are to be distinguished not by any intrinsic spiritual standard, but by their comparative results in material wealth, that the institution of private property is bound up with whatever in historic times has stood for civilization, barring, of course, the teachings of Jesus and Buddha and Francis of Assisi and most of the art, thought, and literature of the world, is a doctrine that can hardly seem other than eccentric to anyone with a sense of the history of the human spirit. Yet it was the social creed of John Hay, and John Hay was not even a businessman. He was a poet and a man of letters. When Tolstoy said that, quote, "Property is not a law of nature, the will of God, or a historical necessity, but rather a superstition," end quote, he was expressing in a somewhat extreme form the general view of thinkers and poets and even of economists during these latter years, a view the imaginative mind can hardly do other than hold. It is very significant, therefore, to find American men of letters opposing, by this insistence upon the supremacy of material values, what must have been their own normal personal instinct, as well as the whole tendency of modern liberal culture. For John Hay was far from unique. Even Walt Whitman said, "Democracy looks with suspicious, ill-satisfied eye upon the very poor and on those out of business. She asks for men and women with occupations, well off, owners of houses and acres, and with cash in the bank." Industry and foresight, devoted to the pursuit of wealth, here one has at once the end and the means of the simple universal morality of the Gilded Age. And he alone was justified, to him alone everything was forgiven, who succeeded. The following dialogue, wrote Dickens in his American Notes, I have held 100 times. Is it not a very disgraceful circumstance that such a man as so and so should be acquiring a large property by the most infamous and odious means, and notwithstanding all the crimes of which he has been guilty, should be tolerated and abetted by your citizens? He is a public nuisance, is he not? Yes, sir. A convicted liar? Yes, sir. He has been kicked and cuffed and caned? Yes, sir. And he is utterly dishonorable, debased, and profligate? Yes, sir. In the name of wonder, then, what is his merit? Well, sir, he is a smart man. Smartness was indeed for the Gilded Age the divine principle that moved the sun and the other stars. We cannot understand this mood, this creed, this morality, unless we realize that the business men of the generation after the Civil War were, essentially, still pioneers, and that all their habits of thought were the fruits of the exigencies of pioneering. The whole country was, in fact, engaged in a vast crusade that required an absolute homogeneity of feeling. Almost every American family had some sort of stake in the West, and acquiesced naturally, therefore, in that worship of success, that instinctive belief that there was something sacred in the pursuit of wealth, without which the pioneers themselves could hardly have survived. Without the chance of an indeterminate financial reward, they would never have left their homes in the East or in Europe. Without it, they could never, under the immensely difficult conditions they encountered, have transformed, as they so often did, the spirit of adventure into the spirit of perseverance. What kept them up if it was not the hope, hardly of a competence, but of a great wealth? Faith in the possibility of a lucky strike, the fact that immeasurable riches lay before some of them at least, that the mountains were full of gold and the lands of oil, that great cities were certainly destined to rise up some day in this wilderness, that these fertile territories, these great rivers, these rich forests lay there brimming over with fortune for a race to come, that vision was ever in their minds. And since through private enterprise alone could that consummation ever come, for the group spirit of the colonist had not been bred in the American nature, private enterprise became for the pioneer a sort of obligation to the society of the future. Some instinct told him, to the steady welfare of his self-respect, that in serving himself well he was also serving America. To the pioneer, in short, private and public interests were identical, and the worship of success was actually a social cult. It was a crusade, I say, and it required an absolute homogeneity of feeling. We were a simple, homogeneous folk before the Civil War, and the practical effect of pioneering and the business regime was to keep us so, to prevent any of that differentiation, that evolution of the homogeneous into the heterogeneous, which, since Herbert Spencer stated it, has been generally conceived as the note of true human progress. The effect of business upon the individual has never been better described than in these words of Charles Francis Adams: "I have known, and known tolerably well, a good many successful men, big financially, men famous during the last half-century, and a less interesting crowd I do not care to encounter. Not one that I have ever known would I care to meet again, either in this world or the next. Nor is one of them associated in my mind with the idea of humor, thought, or refinement. A set of mere money-getters and traders, they were essentially unattractive and uninteresting." Why this is so, Mr. Herbert Croly has explained in The Promise of American Life. A man's individuality is as much compromised by success under the conditions imposed by such a system as it is by failure. His actual occupation may tend to make his individuality real and fruitful, but the quality of the work is determined by a merely acquisitive motive, and the man himself thereby usually debarred from obtaining any edifying personal independence or any peculiar personal distinction. Different as American business men are, one from another, in temperament, circumstances, and habits, they have a way of becoming fundamentally very much alike. Their individualities are forced into a common mold, because the ultimate measure of the value of their work is the same, and is nothing but its results in cash. Such is the result of the business process, and the success of the process required, during the epoch of industrial pioneering, a virtually automatic sacrifice of almost everything that makes individuality significant. "You no longer count," is the motto a French novelist has drawn from the European War. He means that, in order to attain the collective goal, the individual must necessarily submerge himself in the collective mind, that the mental uniform is no less indispensable than the physical. It was so in America in the Gilded Age. The mere assertion of individuality was a menace to the integrity of what is called the herd. How much more so that extreme form of individuality, the creative spirit, whose whole tendency is skeptical, critical, realistic, disruptive. It is no wonder, consequently, as Mr. Croly says, that the pioneer democracy viewed with distrust and aversion the man with a special vocation and high standards of achievement. In fact, one was required not merely to forego one's individual tastes and beliefs and ideas, but positively to cry up the beliefs and tastes of the herd. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 3, The Gilded Age, Part 2. For it was not enough for the pioneers to suppress those influences that were hostile to their immediate efficiency. They were obliged also to romanticize their situation. Solitary as they were, or at best united in feeble groups against overwhelming odds, how could they have carried out their task if they had not been blinded to the difficulties, the hideousness of it? The myth of manifest destiny, the American myth, as one might call it, what was it but an immense rose-colored veil the pioneers threw over the continent in order that it might be developed? Never were there such illusionists. They were like men in a chloroform dream. And it was happily so, for that chloroform was indeed an anesthetic. Without the feeling that they were the children of destiny, without the social dream that some vast boon to humanity hung upon their enterprise, without the personal dream of immeasurable success for themselves, who would ever have endured such voluntary hardships? One recalls poor John Clemens, Mark Twain's father, absorbed in a perpetual motion machine that was to save mankind, no doubt, and bring its inventor millions. One recalls that vision of the Tennessee land that buoyed up the spirit of Squire Hawkins, even while it brought him wretchedness and death. As for Colonel Sellers, who was so intoxicated with dreams of fortune that he had lost all sense of the distinction between reality and illusion, he is indeed the archetypical American of the pioneering epoch. One remembers him in his miserable shanty in the Tennessee wilds, his wife worn to the bone, his children half naked and half starved, the carpetless floor, the pictureless walls, the crazy clock, the battered stove. To Colonel Sellers, that establishment is a feudal castle. His wife is a chatelaine, his children the baron's cubs, and when he lights the candle and places it behind the isinglass of the broken stove, is it not to him, in deed and in truth, the hospitable blaze upon the hearth of the great hall? To such a degree has the promoter's instinct, the wish of the advertiser, taken possession of his brain, that he already sees in the barren stretch of land about him the city which is destined some day to rise up there. The vision of the material opportunities among which he lives has supplanted his reason and his five senses, and obliterated in his eyes the whole aspect of reality. The pioneers, in fact, had not only to submit to these illusions, but to propagate them. A story Mark Twain used to tell, the story of Jim Gillis and the California plums, is emblematic of this. Jim Gillis, the original of Bret Harte's Truthful James, was a miner to whose solitary cabin in the Tuolumne Hills Mark Twain and his friends used to resort. One day an old squaw came along selling some green plums. One of the men carelessly remarked that while these plums, California plums, might be all right, he had never heard of any one eating them. There was no escape after that, says Mr. Paine. Jim had to buy some of those plums, whose acid was of the hair-lifting aqua fortis variety, and all the rest of the day he stewed them, adding sugar, trying to make them palatable, tasting them now and then, boasting meanwhile of their nectar-like deliciousness. He gave the others a taste by and by, a withering, corroding sup, and they derided him and wrote him down. But Jim never weakened. He ate that fearful brew, and though for days his mouth was like fire, he still referred to the luscious, health-giving joys of the California plums. How much of the romanticism of the pioneers there is in that story! It was the same over-determination that led them to call their settlements by such names as Eden, like that wretched swamp hamlet in Martin Chuzzlewit, that made them inveigle prospectors and settlers with utterly mendacious pictures of their future, that made it obligatory upon everyone to boost, not knock, a slogan still of absolute authority in certain parts of the West. Behind this tendency the nation was united as a solid block. It would not tolerate anything that attacked the ideal of success, that made the country seem unattractive or the future uncertain. Every sort of criticism, in fact, was regarded as lèse-majesté to the folk spirit of America, and no traveler from abroad, however fair-minded, could tell the truth about us without jeopardizing his life, liberty, and reputation. Who does not remember the story of Dickens' connection with America? The still more notable story of the good Captain Basil Hall, who, simply because he mentioned in print some of the less attractive traits of pioneer life, was publicly accused of being an agent of the British government on a special mission to blacken and defame this country. Merely to describe facts as they were was regarded as a sort of treachery among a people who, having next to no intellectual interest in the truth, had, on the other hand, a strong emotional interest in the perversion of it. An American who went abroad and stayed, without an official excuse, more than a reasonable time, was regarded as a turncoat and a deserter. If he remained at home he was obliged to accept the uniform on pain of being called a crank, and of actually, by the psychological law that operates in these cases, becoming one. There is no type in our social history more significant than that ubiquitous figure, the village atheist. One recalls Judge Driscoll in Pudd'nhead Wilson, the president of the Free Thinkers Society, of which Pudd'nhead was the only other member. Judge Driscoll, says Mark Twain, could be a free thinker and still hold his place in society because he was the person of most consequence in the community, and therefore could venture to go his own way and follow out his own notions. No respect for independence and individuality, in short, entitled a man to regulate his own views on life. Quite on the contrary, that was the privilege solely of those who, having proved themselves superlatively smart, were able to take it, as it were, by force. If you could out-pioneer the pioneers, you could wrest the possession of your own mind. By that time, in any case, it was usually so soured and warped and embittered as to have become safely impotent. As we can see now, a vast unconscious conspiracy actuated all America against the creative spirit. In an age when every sensitive mind in England was in full revolt against the blind, mechanical, devastating forces of a progress that promised nothing but the ultimate collapse of civilization, when all Europe was alive with prophets, aristocratic prophets, proletarian prophets, religious and philosophical and humanitarian and economic and artistic prophets, crying out in the name of the human spirit against the obscene advance of capitalistic industrialism, in an age glorified by nothing but the beautiful anger of the Tolstoys and the Marxes, the Nietzsches and the Renans, the Ruskins and the Morrises, in that age America, innocent, ignorant, profoundly untroubled, slept the righteous sleep of its own manifest and peculiar destiny. We were, in fact, in our provincial isolation, in just the state of the Scandinavian countries during the European wars of 1866 to 1870, as George Brandes describes it in his autobiography. While the intellectual life languished, as a plant droops in a close, confined place, the people were self-satisfied. They rested on their laurels and fell into a doze, and while they dozed they had dreams. The cultivated, and especially the half-cultivated, public in Denmark and Norway dreamed that they were the salt of Europe. They dreamed that by their idealism they would regenerate the foreign nations. They dreamed that they were the free, mighty North, which would lead the cause of the peoples to victory. And they woke up unfree, impotent, ignorant. Yes, even New England, the old home of so many brave and virile causes, even New England, which had cared so much for the freedom of the individual, had ceased to afford any stimulus or any asylum for the human spirit. New England had been literally emasculated by the Civil War, or rather by the exodus of young men westward, which was more or less synchronous with the war. The continent had been opened up, the rural population of the East had been uprooted, had been set in motion, had formed habits of wandering. The war, like a fever, had, as it were, stimulated the circulation of the race, and we might say that by a natural attraction the blood of the head, which New England had been, had flowed into those remote members, the Western territories. In "Roughing It," Mark Twain has pictured the population of the gold fields. It was a driving, vigorous, restless population in those days, he says. It was an assemblage of 200,000 young men, not simpering, dainty, kid-glove weaklings, but stalwart, muscular, dauntless young braves, brimful of push and energy, and royally endowed with every attribute that goes to make up a peerless and magnificent manhood, the very pick and choice of the world's glorious ones. No women, no children, no gray and stooping veterans, none but erect, bright-eyed, quick-moving, strong-handed young giants. It was a splendid population, for all the slow, sleepy, sluggish-brained sloths stayed at home. You never find that sort of people among pioneers. Those gold fields of the West! One might almost imagine that Nature itself was awake and conscious, and not only awake, but shrewd and calculating, to have placed such a magnet there at the farthest edge of the continent in order to captivate the highest imaginations, in order to draw, swiftly, fatefully, over that vast, forbidding, intervening space, a population hardy enough, inventive enough, poetic enough, if not to conquer and subdue, at least to cover it and stake the claims of the future. But what was the result? One is often told by New Englanders who were children in the years just after the war how the young men left the towns and villages never to return. And has not a whole school of story writers, and, more recently, of poets, familiarized us with the life of this New England countryside during the generation that followed? Those villages full of old maids and a few tattered remnants of the male sex, the less vigorous, the less intelligent, a population only half sane owing to solitude and the decay of social interests. What a civilization they picture, those novels and those poems, a civilization riddled with neurasthenia, madness, and mental death. Christian Science was as characteristic an outgrowth of this generation as abolition and perfectionism, philosophy and poetry, all those manifestations of a surplus of psychic energy, had been of the generation before. New England, in short, and with New England the whole spiritual life of the nation, had passed into the condition of a neurotic anemia, in which it has remained so largely to this day. This explains the notorious petrifaction of Boston, that petrifaction of its higher levels which was illustrated in so tragicomic a way by the unhappy episode of Mark Twain's Whittier birthday speech. It was not the fault of those gently charming men, Emerson and Longfellow and Dr. Holmes, that he was made to feel, in his own phrase, like a barkeeper in heaven. They had no wish to be or to appear like graven idols. It was the subsidence of the flood of life beneath them that had left them high and dry as the ark on Ararat. They continued, survivals as they were of a happier age, when a whole outlying population had in a measure shared their creative impulses, to nod and smile, to think and dream, just as if nothing had happened. They were not offended by Mark Twain's unlucky wit. Boston was offended. Boston, which, no longer open to the winds of impulse and desire, cherished these men as the symbols of an extinct cause that had grown all the more sacrosanct in their eyes the less they participated in it. For the real forces of Boston society had gone the way of all flesh. The Brahmins and the sons of the Brahmins had not followed bodily in the path of the pioneers, but they had followed them discreetly in spirit. They saved their faces by remaining, like Charles Francis Adams, otherwise minded, but they bought up land in Kansas City just the same. In a word, the last stronghold of the stiff-necked and free-minded masculine individualism of the American past had capitulated to the Golden Eagle. Literature, culture, the conservation of the ideal had passed into the hands of women. Ah, it was not women only, not the sort of women who had so often tended the bright light of literature in France. It was the sad, ubiquitous spinster, left behind with her own desiccated soul by the stampede of the young men westward. New England had retained its cultural hegemony by default, and the New England spinster, with her restricted experience, her complicated repressions, and all her glacial taboos of good form, had become the pacemaker in the arts. One cannot but see in Mr. Howells the predestined figurehead of this new regime. It was the sign of the decay of artistic vitality in New England that the old literary Brahmins were obliged to summon a Westerner to carry on their apostolic succession. For Mr. Howells, the first alien editor of the Atlantic Monthly, was consecrated to the high priesthood by an all but literal laying on of hands. And certainly Mr. Howells, already intimidated by the prestige of Boston, was a singularly appropriate heir. He has told us in his autobiography how, having as a young reporter in Ohio stumbled upon a particularly sordid tragedy, he resolved ever after to avert his eyes from the darker side of life, an incident that throws rather a glaring light upon what later became his prime dogma, that the more smiling aspects of life are the more American. The dogma, as we see, was merely a rationalization of his own unconscious desire neither to see in America, nor to say about America, anything that Americans in general did not wish to have seen or said. His confessed aim was to reveal the charm of the commonplace, an essentially passive and feminine conception of his art. And while his superficial realism gave him the sanction of modernity, it dispensed him at the same time from any of those drastic, imaginative reconstructions of life and society that are of the essence of all masculine fiction. In short, he had attained a thoroughly denatured point of view, and one nicely adapted to an age that would not tolerate any assault upon the established fact. Meanwhile, the eminence of his position and his truly beautiful and distinguished talent made him what Mark Twain called the critical court of last resort in this country, from whose decision there is no appeal. The spokesman, the mild and submissive dictator of an age in which women wrote half the books and formed the greater part of the reading public, he diffused far and wide the notion of the artist's rôle through which he had found his own salvation, a notion, that is to say, which accepted implicitly the religious, moral, and social taboos of the time. I have said that, during this epoch, a vast unconscious conspiracy actuated all America against the creative life. For is it not plain now that the cultural domination of this emasculated New England simply played into the hands of the business regime? The taboos of the one supported, in effect, the taboos of the other. The public opinion of both sexes and of all classes, East and West alike, formed a closed ring, as it were, against any manifestation of the vital, restless, critical, disruptive spirit of artistic individuality. It was this, and not the fact or the illusion, that America was a young country, that impelled Henry James and Whistler and virtually every other American who possessed a vital sense of the artistic vocation to seek what necessarily became an exotic development in Europe. It was this that drove Walt Whitman into his lair at Camden, where he lived at bay during the rest of his life, carrying on a perpetual guerrilla warfare against the whole literary confraternity of the age. It was this, we may assume, that led John Hay to publish The Breadwinners anonymously, and Henry Adams his novel Democracy. With the corruption, the vulgarity, the vapidity of American life, these men were completely disillusioned. But motives of self-preservation, motives that would certainly not have operated in men of a corresponding type before the Civil War, restrained them from impairing, by strong assertions of individual judgment, the consistency of feeling upon which the pioneers rightly placed such a high value. The tradition of literary independence had never been strong in America. That the artist and the thinker are types whose integrity is vital to society, and who are under a categorical imperative to pursue their vocation frankly and disinterestedly, was an idea that had entered scarcely a dozen American minds. Our authors generally had accepted the complacent dictum of William Cullen Bryant that literature is "a good staff but a bad crutch," not a vocation, in short, but an avocation. A few desperate minds justified themselves by representing the artist as a sort of glorified Methodist minister, and reacted so far from the prevailing materialism as to say that art was under a divine sanction. We can see from the letters of George Inness and Sidney Lanier how these poor men, these admirable and sincere men, allowed themselves to be devoured by theory. In general, however, the new dispensation bred a race of writers who accommodated themselves instinctively to the exigencies of an age that required a rigid conformity in spirit, while maintaining, as a sop to Cerberus, a highly artistic tradition in form. Thus, save for the voice of the machine, the whole nation was quiescent. No spectre intruded upon the jolly family party of prosperous America. There was no one to gainsay its blind and innocent longing for success, for prestige, for power. Mr. Meredith Nicholson lately wrote a glowing eulogy on the idyllic life of the Valley of Democracy. "It is in keeping with the cheery contentment of the West," he said, "that it believes that it has at home, or can summon to its R.F.D. box, everything essential to human happiness. Why," he added, "the West even has poets, admirable poets, representative poets," and among these poets he mentioned the author of the Spoon River Anthology. There we have a belated but none the less perfect illustration of the romantic dualism of the Gilded Age. For in the very fact of becoming a cultural possession of the Middle West, the Spoon River Anthology completely upsets Mr. Nicholson's glowing picture of its life. Mr. Nicholson does not see this. To him, as to Mr. Howells, the more smiling aspects of life are the more American. But that is because he too has averted his eyes from all the other aspects. There, I say, in that false syllogism of Mr. Nicholson's, we have a perfect illustration of the romantic dualism of the Gilded Age, and of the part literature was obliged to play in it. Essentially, America was not happy. It was a dark jumble of decayed faiths, of unconfessed class distinctions, of repressed desires, of inarticulate misery. read The Story of a Country Town and A Son of the Middle Border and Ethan Frome. It was a nation like other nations, and one that had no folk music, no folk art, no folk poetry, or next to none, to express it, to console it. But to have said so would have been to hurt business. It was a horde life, a herd life, an epic without sun or stars, the twilight of a human spirit that had nothing upon which to feed but the living waters of Camden and the dried manna of Concord. For the jolly family party was open to very few, and those, moreover, who, except for their intense family affections and a certain hectic joy of action that left them old and worn at 55, had foregone the best things life has to offer. But was it not for the welfare of all that they so diligently promulgated the myth of America's manifest destiny? Perhaps, since the prodigious task of pioneering had to be carried through. Perhaps also because, after the disillusionments of the present epoch, that myth will prove to have a certain beautiful residuum of truth. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 4 In the Crucible, Part 1. Quote, "The American proposes to realize his individuality freely and fully. But so long as he is master of his person and free to choose, he considers himself satisfied, willingly consenting that some other person, better qualified or more competent, should choose in his place. From the instant when he can do what he will, he easily wills what he is asked to will." End quote. Gustav Rodriguez, The People of Action. Recollect now the mood in which Mark Twain went west to the gold fields of Nevada, the mood of a "regular fellow." Was it not one that exposed him in a peculiar sense to the contagion of the Gilded Age? For weeks after he reached Carson City he played about in the woods, too full of the enjoyment of camp life to build the fence about a timber claim which he and a comrade had located. He was out for a good time, oblivious of everything else, and with all the unconsciousness of a child. A moralist would have said that the devil had already marked him out for destruction. Recollect how, on the river, Mark Twain had impressed his confreres of the wheel. The pilots regarded him as a great reader, a student of history, travels, literature, and the sciences, a young man whom it was an education as well as an entertainment to know. Now, in Nevada, says Mr. Paine, his hearers generally regarded him as an easy-going, indolent good fellow with a love of humor, with talent, perhaps, but as one not likely ever to set the world afire. Does not that suggest a certain disintegration of the spirit? We infer this, in any case, from the sudden change in his personal appearance, always a sort of barometric symptom in Mark Twain's life. Lately a river sovereign and dandy, in fancy percales and patent leathers, in white duck and striped shirts, he had become the roughest of rough-clad miners. In rusty slouch hat, flannel shirts, coarse trousers, slopping half in and half out of the heavy cowskin boots. Merely, you imagine, the natural change in dress that any gold-seeker would have made? No. He went even further than others and became a sort of paragon of disarray, an unmistakable surrender of the pride and consciousness of his individuality. And whoever doubts the significance of this may well compare the tone of his utterances as a pilot with such characteristic notes of his Nevada life as this: "If I were not naturally a lazy, idle, good-for-nothing vagabond, I could make journalism pay me $20,000 a year. But I don't suppose I shall ever be any account." The reversion to that earlier frame of mind, in short, had not made this man, who was approaching 30, a boy again. It made him behave like a boy. It made him, half the time, feel like a boy, but it revealed in him, nevertheless, the indisputable signs of a certain dereliction from some path of development his nature had commanded him to follow. The artist in him had lost its guiding line. He was broken down again, just as he had been after his father's death. His spirit had become plastic once more. He was ready, in a word, to take the stamp of his new environment. Now, whatever was true of America during the Gilded Age was doubly true of Nevada, where, as Mr. Paine says, all human beings, regardless of previous affiliations and convictions, were flung into the common fusing pot and recast into the general mold of pioneer. Life in the gold fields was, in fact, an infinite intensification of pioneering. It was a sort of furnace in which all the elements of human nature were transmuted into a single white flame, an incandescence of the passion of avarice. If we are to accept Mark Twain's description in Roughing It of the flush times in Virginia City, we can see that the spirit of the artist had about as good a chance of survival and development there as a butterfly in a blazing chimney. Virginia had grown to be the livest town, for its age and population, that America had ever produced. The sidewalks swarmed with people. The streets themselves were just as crowded with quartz wagons, freight teams, and other vehicles. Joy sat on every countenance, and there was a glad, almost fierce intensity in every eye that told of the money-getting schemes that were seething in every brain and the high hope that held sway in every heart. Money was as plenty as dust. There were military companies, fire companies, brass bands, banks, hotels, theaters, hurdy-gurdy houses, wide-open gambling palaces, political powwows, civic processions, street fights, murders, inquests, riots, a whiskey mill every 15 steps, a dozen breweries, and half a dozen jails and station houses in full operation, and some talk of building a church. The flush times were in magnificent flower. The great Comstock lode stretched its opulent length straight through the town from north to south, and every mine on it was in diligent process of development. This was the spirit of Mark Twain's new environment. a spirit inflexibly opposed, as we can see, to the development of individuality. Had Mark Twain been free, it might have been a matter of indifference to him. He might have gone his own way and amused himself with the astonishing spectacle of the gold fields, and then taken himself off again. But Mark Twain was not free. He was, on the contrary, bound in such a way that, far from being able to stand aloof from his environment, he had to make terms with it. For what obligations had he not incurred? To become such a conventional citizen as his father would have approved of, to make money and restore the fallen fortunes of his family, that old pledge was fixed in the back of his mind, where it had been confirmed by his failure to discover and assert any independent principle of his own. Furthermore, he now had his own financial record to live up to. It was the lucrativeness and prestige of the pilot's career that had originally enabled him to adopt it. And we know what pride he had had in his great triumph, in being a somebody at last. His brother Orion had considered it a disgrace to descend to the trade of printing. They were gentlemen's sons, these Clemenses. He had had, in short, a chance to exercise and educate his creative instinct, while at the same time doing what was expected of him. And now, when he had lost his guiding line, more was expected of him than ever. His salary, at 23 on the river, had been $250 a month, a vastly greater income, certainly, than his father had ever earned. At once, and of course, we are told, he had become, owing to this fact, the head of the Clemens family. His brother Orion was 10 years older, says Mr. Paine, but he had not the gift of success. By common consent, the young brother assumed permanently the position of family counselor and financier. These circumstances, I say, compelled Mark Twain to make terms with public opinion. He could not fall too far behind the financial pace his piloting life had set for him. He was bound to recover the prestige that had been his, and to shine once more as a conspicuous and important personage. He had to "make good" again, quickly and spectacularly. That was a duty which had also become a craving. How strongly he felt it we can see from one of his Nevada letters, in which he declares earnestly that he will never look upon his mother's face again, or his sister's, or get married, or revisit the Banner State until he is a rich man. What chance was there now for the artist in Mark Twain to find itself? A unique opportunity had led him for 4 years into the channel of inner development through a special vocation. But it was only the indispensability of the pilot to the Mississippi River folk that had obliged them to give him such lordly freedom. No special vocation was indispensable in Nevada. Consequently, no special vocation was tolerated. There, the pioneer law of which Mr. Crowley speaks held absolute sway. The man who persisted in one job interfered with the rough good fellowship which naturally arises among a group of men who submit good-naturedly and uncritically to current standards. His higher standards and peculiar ways constituted an implied criticism upon the easy methods of his neighbors, and he himself impaired the consistency of feeling upon which the pioneers rightly placed such a high value. Even if Mark Twain had been fully aware of the demands of his creative instinct, therefore, and he was anything but fully aware of them, he could not have fulfilled them now and at the same time fulfilled his cravings for wealth and prestige. Accordingly, he was obliged to acquiesce in the repression of his individuality. His frank freedom of sentiment, his love of reading, his constant desire for privacy, all those qualities that revealed his natural creative instinct, were, from the point of view of his comrades, just so many pretensions. Precisely in so far as they were different or superior, they had to be taken down. The frequency and the force of these manifestations, and the tenacity with which, up to a certain point, he persisted in indulging them, made him, as we know, a general butt. Many and cruel, to use his own word, were the tricks his comrades played on him. Knowing his highly organized nervous system, they devised the most complicated methods of torturing him. There was the incident of the false meerschaum pipe, which cut him to the quick, this man who had been betrayed into uttering words of heartfelt gratitude. There were the diabolical monkey tricks of Steve Gillis, who, with his fiendish tendency to mischief, was always finding means to prevent him from reading. There was the famous hold-up on the Divide on the night of his lecture. "Mark didn't see it our way," said one of the perpetrators of this last practical joke. "He was mad clear through." In short, every revelation of his individuality was mercilessly ridiculed, and Mark Twain was reminded a dozen times a day that his natural instincts and desires and tendencies were incompatible with pioneer life and fatal to the chances of any man who was pledged to succeed in it. That is why, though he always retaliated at first, he always yielded in the end. Meanwhile, with his creative instinct repressed, his acquisitive instinct, the race instinct that rose as the personal instinct fell, was stimulated to the highest degree. Money was so easy in Nevada that one could hardly think of anything else. "I met 3 friends one afternoon," he says in "Roughing It," "who said they had been buying Overman stock at auction at $8 a foot. One said if I would come up to his office he would give me 15 feet. Another said he would add 15. The third said he would do the same. But I was going after an inquest and could not stop. A few weeks afterward they sold all their Overman at $600 a foot, and generously came around to tell me about it, and also to urge me to accept of the next 45 feet of it that people tried to force on me. These are actual facts, and I could make the list a long one and still confine myself strictly to the truth. Many a time friends gave me as much as 25 feet of stock that was selling at $25 a foot, and they thought no more of it than they would of offering a guest a cigar. These were flush times indeed. In short, in order to stand in with pioneer society, it was not enough to repress everything in you that made you different. You had to form extravagant habits, you had to treat money like water, and you had to make it. Mark Twain was not merely obliged to check his creative instinct. He was obliged to do his level best to become a millionaire. It is a significant fact, under these circumstances, that Mark Twain failed as a miner. He had good luck, now and then, enough to make wealth a tantalizing possibility. He describes, though we are told with exaggeration, how he was once a millionaire for 10 days. But he failed as a miner precisely because he was unable to bring to his new work any of those qualities that had made him so successful as a pilot. Concentration, perseverance, above all, judgment, these were the qualities that former career had given birth to. The craftsman's life had instantly matured him. The life of sheer exploitation, in spite of his sense of duty, in spite of the incentives of his environment, in spite of the prospects of wealth and prestige it offered him, could not fuse his spirit at all. It only made him frantic and lax by turns. He went off prospecting, and with what result? "1 week of this satisfied me," he said. "I resigned." Then he flung himself into quartz mining. The letters which went from the Aurora miner to Orion, we are told, are humanly documentary. They are likely to be staccato in their movement; they show nervous haste in their composition, eagerness, and suppressed excitement; they are not always coherent; they are seldom humorous, except in a savage way; they are often profane; they are likely to be violent. Even the handwriting has a terse look; the flourish of youth has gone out of it. Altogether they reveal the tense anxiety of the gambling mania. Then the pendulum swings to the other extreme. He is utterly disgusted and has but one wish: to give up everything and go away. "If Sam had got that pocket," said one of his comrades of his last exploit, "he would have remained a pocket miner to the end of his days. But he would have got it if he had been able to bring to the situation any of the qualities he would have brought to a critical situation on the Mississippi. It is quite plain that he failed simply because he did not care enough about money, merely as money, to succeed. His real self, the artist, in short, could not develop; and yet, repressed as it was, it prevented him from becoming wholeheartedly anything else." We shall see this exhibited throughout the whole of Mark Twain's business life. So here was Mark Twain, face to face with a dilemma. His unconscious desire was to be an artist, but this implied an assertion of individuality that was a sin in the eyes of his mother and a shame in the eyes of society. On the other hand, society and his mother wanted him to be a business man, and for this he could not summon up the necessary powers in himself. The eternal dilemma of every American writer. It was the dilemma which, as we shall see in the end, Mark Twain solved by becoming a humorist. Only a few hints of the dumb conflict that was passing in Mark Twain's soul rise to the surface of Mr. Paine's pages. We are told scarcely more than that he was extremely moody. He was the life of the camp, one of his comrades recalled, but sometimes there would come a reaction and he would hardly speak for a day or two. Constantly we find him going off alone into the wilderness to find his balance and to get away entirely from humankind. There were other times when he talked little or not at all, but sat in one corner and wrote, wholly oblivious of his surroundings. Wrote letters, his companions thought, for they would hardly have left him in peace had they imagined he was writing anything else. All this time, plainly, his creative instinct was endeavoring to establish itself. With what mixed motives, however, we can see from the fact that he signed his first printed pieces with the pen name Josh. He did not care to sign his own name, says Mr. Paine. He was a miner who was soon to be a magnate. He had no desire to be known as a camp scribbler. How much meaning there is in that sentence! All the contempt and hostility of the pioneers for literature, all Mark Twain's fear of public opinion, all the force of his own counter-impulse to succeed on pioneer terms, to stand in with society, to suppress in himself a desire that was so unpopular. We can see these mixed motives in the strange, realistic bravado with which he said to a man who wanted to start a literary magazine in Virginia City, "You would succeed if anyone could, but start a flower garden on the desert of Sahara? Set up hoisting works on Mount Vesuvius for mining sulphur? Start a literary paper in Virginia City? Hell!" Nevertheless, there was in Virginia City a paper with some literary pretensions called the Enterprise, which was edited and written by a group of men famous all over the West for their wit and talent. It was to the Enterprise that Mark Twain had been sending his writings, and at last he was offered a position on the staff. This position he presently accepted. It is significant, however, that he did so with profound reluctance. Assuming, as we are obliged to assume, that Mark Twain was a born writer, it is natural to suppose that he would have welcomed any opportunity to exchange his uncongenial and futile life as a miner for a life of literary activities and associations. He would naturally have gravitated toward such people as the Enterprise group. That he did so is proved by his constantly courting them as a contributor. But committing himself by accepting their offer of a position was quite a different matter, in spite of the fact that they, as happy-go-lucky journalists, were in perfectly good standing with the rest of the pioneers. Everybody had money, everybody wanted to laugh and have a good time, says Mr. Paine. The Enterprise, Comstock to the backbone, did what it could to help things along. Certainly Mark Twain could not have thought he would be losing caste by connecting himself with an institution like that. There, in short, was his chance at last, as one might suppose. And how did he receive it? In "Roughing It," says Mr. Paine, we are led to believe that the author regarded this as a gift from heaven and accepted it straightway. As a matter of fact, he fasted and prayed a good while over the call, and it was only when the money situation had become truly desperate and he had lost all hope of making his way as a miner that he accepted it. Before binding himself, he set off at midnight, alone and on foot, for a 70-mile walk through uninhabited country. He had gone into the wilderness, says Mr. Paine, to fight his battle alone. And we are told that he came out again 8 days later with his mind still undecided. how different that all is from the mood in which he had entered upon his piloting career! There had been no hesitation then. He had walked forward with clear eye and sure foot, like a man registering an inevitable choice of his whole soul. Now he has to battle with himself, and the step he finally takes has, to my sense, the strangest air of a capitulation. He walked all the way from Aurora to Virginia City, 130 miles, drifting into the Enterprise office, worn and travel-stained, we are told, on a hot, dusty August day. "My starboard leg seems to be unshipped," he announced at the door. "I'd like about 100 yards of line. I think I am falling to pieces." Then he added, "My name is Clemens, and I've come to write for the paper." It was, says Mr. Paine, the master of the world's widest estate come to claim his kingdom. Am I mistaken, however, in feeling that there is something painful in that scene, something shamefaced, something that suggests not an acclamation, but a surrender? Mr. Paine, indeed, perceives that in joining the staff of the Enterprise, Mark Twain was in some way transgressing his own desire. He attributes this, however, to another motive than the one that seems to me dominant. Clemens, he says, displayed no desperate eagerness to break into literature even under those urgent conditions. It meant the surrender of all hope in the mines, the confession of another failure. No doubt Mark Twain's masculine pride revolted against that. He had more or less committed himself to mining; he was turning his back, besides, on the line of activity his mother and his companions approved of; he was relinquishing the possibility of some sudden, dazzling stroke of fortune that might have bought his freedom once for all. In short, there were plenty of reasons, dictated by his acquisitive instinct, for making him reluctant to surrender the mining career in which he had proved himself so inept. But although his acquisitive instinct had been stimulated to excess, in his heart of hearts he was not a money-maker but an artist. And the artist in him would naturally, as I say, have acclaimed this opportunity. In order to understand his reluctance, therefore, we must consider not only the hopes he was giving up with his mining career, but the character of that opportunity also. Somehow, in this new call, the creative instinct in Mark Twain not only failed to recognize its own, but actually foresaw some element of danger. What, briefly, did the Enterprise mean for him? He had been sending in his compositions. He had been trying his hand, experimenting, we know, in different styles, and only his humor took. He had written at last a burlesque report of a 4th of July oration which opened with the words, "I was sired by the great American eagle and foaled by a continental dam." And it was this that had won the editor's heart and prompted him to offer Clemens the position. "That," said he, "is the sort of thing we want." Mark Twain knew this. He knew that although the policy of the Enterprise was one of absolutely free speech, he would be expected to cultivate that one vein alone, and that his own craving for wealth and prestige, the obligation to make money, which would become all the more pressing if he relinquished the direct acquisitive path of the mining life, would prevent him from crossing the editor's will, or from cultivating any other vein than that which promised him the greatest popularity. For him, therefore, the opportunity of the enterprise meant an obligation to become virtually a professional humorist, and this alone. Had he wished to become a humorist, we are now in a position to see, he would not have displayed such reluctance in joining the enterprise. And the fact that he displayed this reluctance shows us that in becoming a humorist he felt that in some way he was selling rather than fulfilling his own soul. Why this was so we cannot consider at present. The time has not yet come to discuss the psychogenesis and the significance of Mark Twain's humor. But that it was so, we have ample evidence. Mr. Cable tells how, to his amazement, once, when he and Clemens were giving a public reading together, the latter, whom he had supposed happy and satisfied with his triumphant success, turned to him on their way back to the hotel and said with a groan, "Oh, Cable, I am demeaning myself. I am allowing myself to be a mere buffoon. It's ghastly. I can't endure it any longer." And all the next day, Mr. Cable says, he sedulously applied himself, in spite of the immense applause that had greeted him, to choosing selections for his next reading which would be justified not only as humor, but as literature and art. This is only one of many instances of Mark Twain's lifelong revolt against a role which he apparently felt had been thrust upon him. It is enough to corroborate all our intuitions regarding the reluctance with which he accepted it. But there is plenty of other evidence to corroborate these intuitions. Mr. Paine tells us that henceforth, in his letters home, the writer rarely speaks of his work at all, and is more inclined to tell of the mining shares he has accumulated; that there is no mention of his new title, the pen name he had adopted, and its success. He knew that his severe Calvinistic mother could hardly sympathize with his scribblings, worthy or unworthy, that she was much more concerned about the money he was making. He, who had sworn never to come home again until he was a rich man, was ashamed in his mother's eyes to have adopted a career that promised him success indeed, but a success incomparable with that of the mining magnate he had set out to be. Still, that success immediately proved to be considerable, and if he had felt any essential pride in his new work, he would certainly have said something about it. What we actually find him writing is this: "I cannot overcome my repugnance to telling what I am doing, or what I expect to do, or propose to do." That he had no essential pride in this work, that it was not personal, that he did not think of it as a true expression of himself, but rather as a commodity, we can see from the motives with which he chose his pen name. His letters, copied and quoted all along the coast, were unsigned, says Mr. Paine. They were easily identified with one another, but not with a personality. He realized that to build a reputation it was necessary to fasten it to an individuality, a name. He gave the matter a good deal of thought. He did not consider the use of his own name. The nom de plume was the fashion of the time. He wanted something brief, crisp, definite, unforgettable. He tried over a good many combinations in his mind, but none seemed convincing, etc., etc. In short, he wanted a trademark in order to sell what he instinctively regarded as his merchandise. And the fact that the pen name was the fashion of the time, in pioneer circles especially, observe, simply argues that all the other writers in the West were in a similar case. The pen name was a form of protective coloration for men who could not risk, in their own persons, the odium of the literary life. And it is an interesting coincidence that Mark Twain, in the pilot's vocabulary, implied safe water. We shall see later how very significant this coincidence was in Mark Twain's life. What we observe now is that he instinctively thought of his writing as something external to himself, as something of which he was proud only because it paid. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 4, In the Crucible, Part 2. It is quite plain, then, that far from having found himself again, as he had once found himself on the Mississippi, Mark Twain had now gone astray. He had his ups and downs. His success, however prodigious, was intermittent. But whether he was up or whether he was down, he was desperately ill at ease within. His letters and memoranda show all the evidence of a bad conscience. Hear him in San Francisco. We have been here only 4 months, yet we have changed our lodgings 5 times. We are very comfortably fixed where we are now, and have no fault to find with the rooms or the people. But I need change, and must move again. Whatever else that incessant, senseless movement may mean, it is certainly not the sign of a man whose work absorbs him, whose nature is crystallizing along its proper lines. Home again, he notes in his journal, after those weeks of respite in the Sandwich Islands. No, not home again, in prison again, and all the wild sense of freedom gone. The city seems so cramped and so dreary with toil and care and business anxiety. God help me, I wish I were at sea again. Work, writing, had become in his eyes identical with toil. Clemens once declared he had been so blue at this period, says Mr. Paine, that one morning he put a loaded pistol to his head, but found he lacked courage to pull the trigger. And observe finally what he writes to his mother from New York as he is about to start on the Quaker City excursion which is to result in The Innocents Abroad and his great fame. There are 2 letters, written within the same week of June 1867. The eagerness of his youth does not suffice to explain their agitation. In the first he says, "I am wild with impatience to move, move, move. Curse the endless delays." They always kill me. They make me neglect every duty, and then I have a conscience that tears me like a wild beast. I wish I never had to stop anywhere a month." The second is even more specific. "I am so worthless that it seems to me I never do anything or accomplish anything that lingers in my mind as a pleasant memory. My mind is stored full of unworthy conduct toward Orion and toward you all, and an accusing conscience gives me peace only in excitement and restless moving from place to place. You observe that under a cheerful exterior I have got a spirit that is angry with me and gives me freely its contempt." The reason he assigns for this frame of mind is wholly unacceptable. Far from being guilty of unworthy conduct toward his family, there is every evidence that he had been, as he remained, the most loyal and bountiful of sons and guardians. "Under a cheerful exterior I have got a spirit that is angry with me and gives me freely its contempt." Could he say more plainly that he has committed himself to a course of action which has, in some quite definite way, transgressed his principle of growth? One further final proof. In 1865, "The Jumping Frog" was published in New York, where, according to one of the California correspondents, it was voted the best thing of the day. How did Clemens, who was still in the West, receive the news of his success? "The telegraph," says Mr. Paine, "did not carry such news in those days, and it took a good while for the echo of his victory to travel to the coast. When at last a lagging word of it did arrive, it would seem to have brought disappointment rather than exaltation to the author." Even Artemus Ward's opinion of the story had not increased Mark Twain's regard for it as literature. That it had struck the popular note meant, as he believed, failure for his more highly regarded work. In a letter written January 20th, 1866, he says these things for himself: "I do not know what to write. My life is so uneventful. I wish I was back there, piloting up and down the river again. Verily, all is vanity and little worth, save piloting. To think that, after writing many an article, a man might be excused for thinking tolerably good, those New York people should single out a villainous backwoods sketch to compliment me on. Jim Smiley and his Jumping Frog, a squib which would never have been written but to please Artemus Ward." He had thought so little of that story indeed that he had not even offered it to the Californian, the magazine to which he was a staff contributor. He did not, says Mr. Paine, regard it highly as literary material. We can see in that letter the bitter prompting of his creative instinct, in rebellion against the course he has drifted into. We can see how his acquisitive instinct, on the other hand, forbids him to gainsay the success he has achieved. "I am in for it," he writes to his brother. "I must go on chasing phantoms until I marry, then I am done with literature and all other bosh, that is, literature wherewith to please the general public. I shall write to please myself then." Marriage, he says to himself, is going to liberate him, this poor, ingenuous being, this divided soul who has never been able to find any other criterion than that of an environment which knows no criterion but success. His destiny, meanwhile, has passed out of his own hands. That is the significance of the victory of The Jumping Frog. As Mr. Paine says, with terrible unconscious irony, the stone rejected by the builder was made the cornerstone of his literary edifice. So much for Mark Twain's motives in becoming a humorist. He had adopted this role unwillingly, as a compromise, at the expense of his artistic self-respect, because it afforded the only available means of satisfying that other instinct which, in the unconsciousness of his creative instinct, had become dominant in him, the gregarious, acquisitive instinct of the success-loving pioneer. And what a corroboration that instinct now received! Was ever a choice more thrillingly ratified by public opinion? Limelight and the center of the stage, says Mr. Paine, was a passion of Sam Clemens' boyhood, a love of the spectacular that never wholly died. Like Tom Sawyer, he loved the glare and trappings of leadership. The permanent dream of his childhood, indeed, had been to become something gorgeous and active, where his word, his nod even, constituted sufficient law. Here we see exhibited what Alfred Adler calls the masculine protest, the desire to be more than manly in order to escape the feeling of insecurity. For Mark Twain, who was a weak child, could never have survived in the rough and tumble of Hannibal life if he had not exerted his imagination and prevailed over his companions by means other than physical. This dream had been fulfilled in his piloting career, which was at once autocratic and spectacular. United now, a deep craving to shine, with his other desire to make money, to please his family, to make good in pioneer terms, it received a confirmation so prodigious that the despised, rejected, repressed, inarticulate poet in Mark Twain was immediately struck dumb, and his doubts and chagrins and disappointments were lulled to rest. Already, in Nevada, Mark Twain had been pointed out as one of the sights of the territory. His sayings were everywhere repeated on the streets. Tom Sawyer was walking the stage and reveling in his power. Crashes of applause greeted his platform sallies. The Comstock, ready to laugh, says Mr. Paine, found delight in his expression and discovered a vast humor in his most earnest statements. The opera houses of the mining towns wherever he went were packed at $2 a seat. His improved dress and increased prosperity commanded additional respect. He had acquired, in short, a new and lucrative profession at a bound. And before he went East, and owing to the success of The Jumping Frog, those about him were inclined to regard him, in some degree at least, as a national literary figure, and to pay tribute accordingly. When he set out on the voyage of the Quaker City, he found himself billed as an attraction with General Sherman and Henry Ward Beecher. But this was only a faint promise of the glory that was to follow the publication of The Innocents Abroad. It was his second book. His profits were $300,000, and it brought him into instant and intimate contact with the most distinguished people in America. Besides this, it brought him the recognition of the Atlantic Monthly. It brought him offers of political preferment, a diplomatic position, the postmastership of San Francisco, with a salary of $10,000 a year, a choice of 5 influential offices in California, anything he might be disposed to accept. "They want to send me abroad as a consul or a minister," he writes from Washington. Judges pledge the President's appointment, senators guarantee the confirmation of the Senate. It brought him presently a tremendous reception from the brains of London, assembled at the annual dinner of the sheriffs of London, mine being, between you and me, he writes to his publisher, a name which was received with a flattering outburst of spontaneous applause when the long list of guests was called. It brought him an offer from at least one magazine of $6,000 cash for 12 articles of any length and on any subject. It brought him lecture engagements that paid him $1,600 in gold for a single evening. And so popular were these lectures that when one night in Pittsburgh he played against Fanny Kemble, the favorite actress of the period, Miss Kemble had an audience of 200 against nearly 10 times the number who gathered to hear Mark Twain. Could this divided soul, who had rebelled against the career into which he was drifting, question a verdict like that? Almost from the outset his filial conscience had been appeased. Of his first lecture tour in Nevada and California we are told that it paid him well. He could go home now without shame. But even the promptings of his artistic conscience were now parried and laid at rest. He had grown more lenient in his opinion of the merits of the frog story itself since it had made friends in high places, especially since James Russell Lowell had pronounced it the finest piece of humorous writing yet produced in America. Thus, whatever doubts Mark Twain might still have harbored regarding the vital propriety of his new career were opportunely overlaid by the very persons he could not fail to respect the most. It was this last fact, without doubt, that sealed his destiny. James Russell Lowell and the brains of London! There was little criticism in their careless judgments, but how was Mark Twain to know that? He was a humorist. They accepted him as a humorist. They had no means of knowing that he was intended to be something else, that he really wished to be something else. They found him funny, and he was just as funny as they found him. But to Mark Twain their praise meant more than that. It meant something like a solemn sanction of his career from the world of culture. Certainly, says Mr. Paine of one of his first triumphal visits to London, certainly he was never one to give himself airs, but to have the world's great literary centre paying court to him, who only 10 years before had been penniless and unknown, and who once had been a barefoot Tom Sawyer in Hannibal, was quite startling. Innocent barefoot boy! As if the true forces of criticism ever operated in the presence of a visiting foreigner. Mark Twain had not seen Englishmen applaud when Joaquin Miller, at a London dinner table, thrust half a dozen cigars into his mouth at once and exclaimed, "That's the way we do it in the States." He didn't know how much the tribute was a tribute to his oddity, his mere picturesqueness. He didn't know that he was being gulled. And partly because he wasn't. Because the beautiful force of his natural personality would have commanded attention anywhere; because, also, the brains of London, the brains of Guildhall banquets, are not too discriminating when it comes to laughter and tears with slow music, or books like The Innocents Abroad. But Mark Twain's was not the mind to note these subtle shades. What he saw was that he was being heartily slapped on the back, in no too obviously patronizing way, by the people who really knew, whose judgment could really be trusted. Yet England, as a matter of fact, so far as he was concerned, was simply countersigning the verdict of America. For if, observe, Mark Twain's first counselors at home had been plain men of business, with an eye single to returns in cash, he might have seen a light and made a stand against the career of self-exploitation into which he was drifting. It would not have been easy. From the moment when The Jumping Frog had set all New York in a roar, business agents and other brokers in fame and bullion had begun to swarm about this popular young man, like ravenous gulls in the wake of a ship. But the counsels of some of the most famous and revered men in America played into the hands of these agents, and surrendered Mark Twain over to them. Anson Burlingame, Henry Ward Beecher, even Artemus Ward, these must have been great names to the Nevada miner of the 60s. One was a diplomat, one a clergyman, one a writer. Their national prestige was not based upon money. To Mark Twain they could not have seemed anything less than masters, in some degree, of the life of the spirit, and all their influence corroborated the choice Mark Twain had already made. It was during the flush times in Virginia City that he had met Artemus Ward, who, on the pinnacle of his career, was, for all that little Nevada world, the very symbol of the literary life itself. Clemens, we are told, measured himself by this man who had achieved fame, and perhaps with good reason concluded that Ward's estimate was correct, that he too could win fame and honor once he got a start. We can see what Ward's counsel had been. He had accepted Mark Twain, not as a creative spirit with possibilities of inner growth before him — what could Artemus Ward have known about such things? — but as an embryonic institution, so to speak, as a going concern, a man who had already capitalized himself and wanted only a few practical hints. Concretely, he told him that he ought to extend his audience eastward. Burlingame's advice was subtler, but it came to much the same thing. "You have great ability," said he. "I believe you have genius. What you need now is the refinement of association. Seek companionship among men of superior intellect and character. Refine yourself and your work. Never affiliate with inferiors. Always climb." If Dostoevsky and Dickens and Victor Hugo had been constrained to accept such advice in their youth, where should we look now for Crime and Punishment, and Bleak House, and Les Miserables? We cannot blame Artemus Ward and Anson Burlingame for knowing nothing about the creative life and its processes. And how can we blame the poor, ignorant, unawakened poet in Mark Twain for notwithstanding the prestige of men who, more than any others he had known, had won their spurs in the field of the spirit. Even if it had not already been too late, there were probably not 10 souls in all America capable of so divining the spirit of this lovable child as to have said to him, "You were right in wishing to repudiate that line of least resistance. Put money and fame, superiors and inferiors, out of your mind. Break your ties now, and, instead of climbing, descend into life and into yourself." Mark Twain had followed Ward's injunction, and extended his audience eastward by going east himself. He never forgot, we are told, that advice of Anson Burlingame. Indeed, he acted upon it immediately by associating himself with the choice and refined party of the Quaker City excursion, which led him to the feet of his future wife. But it led him first to the feet of Henry Ward Beecher, the most celebrated spiritual leader in all America. What bread and wine did Beecher offer to the unworldly poet in him? "Now here," said he, Mark Twain reports the interview in one of his letters, "now here you are one of the talented men of the age. Nobody is going to deny that. But in matters of business, I don't suppose you know more than enough to come in when it rains. I'll tell you what to do and how to do it." And thereupon this priest of the ideal sat him down and showed him how to make a contract for "The Innocents Abroad," in which his percentage was a fifth more than the most opulent publishing house in the country had ever paid any author except Horace Greeley. Such were the lessons in self-help this innocent soul received from the wise men of statecraft, literature, and divinity. Thus Mark Twain was inducted into the Gilded Age, launched, in defiance of that instinct which only for a few years was to allow him inner peace, upon the vast welter of a society blind like himself, like him, committed to the pursuit of worldly success. That in becoming a humorist he had relinquished his independence as a creative spirit, we can see from his general attitude toward his career. He had lapsed for good and all into a state of what is called moral infantility. We know that the role of laugh-maker had, from his early adolescence, come, as people say, natural to him. At 16, in Hannibal, when he told the story of Jim Wolfe and the cats, his hearers laughed immoderately, says Mr. Paine, and the storyteller was proud and happy in his success. At 20, at a printer's banquet in Keokuk, where he made his first after-dinner speech, his humor delighted his audience and raised him many points in the public regard. After that, he found, he was always the center of attraction when he spoke in public. It is significant, however, that from all his triumphs he had returned faithfully to his work as a printer, just as later he had held so passionately to the guiding line of his trade as a pilot. That persistent adherence of his, in a society given over to exploitation, to a métier in which he could exercise the instinct of workmanship, of craftsmanship, is the outstanding fact of Mark Twain's adolescence. It was the earnest of the artist in him. His humor was the line of least resistance. When he adopted humor as a profession, therefore, he was falling back upon a line he had previously rejected, and this implied that he had ceased to be the master of his own destiny. In short, the artist in him having failed to take the helm, he had become a journalist, and his career was now at the mercy of circumstance. Glance forward a little. After the triumph of The Innocents Abroad, he wrote to his publisher, "I have other propositions for a book, but have doubted the propriety of interfering with good newspaper engagements, except my way as an author could be demonstrated to be plain before me." To which Mr. Paine adds specifically, "In spite of the immense success of his book, a success the like of which had scarcely been known in America, Mark Twain held himself to be, not a literary man, but a journalist. He had no plans for another book. As a newspaper owner and editor he expected, with his marriage, to settle down and devote the rest of his life to journalism." Hardly the frame of mind of the writer with a living sense of his vocation. And this expressed an attitude that Mark Twain never outgrew. Here Mr. Paine again, at the time of Clemens's 50th year, when his vital powers seem to have been at their highest point. As Mark Twain in the earlier days of his marriage had temporarily put aside authorship to join in a newspaper venture, so now again literature had dropped into the background, had become an avocation, while financial interests prevailed. Financial interests. There were whole years during which he thought of hardly anything else. This conception of his literary career as interchangeable, so to say, with his financial career is borne out by his thoroughly journalistic attitude toward his work. Thus we find him at the outset proposing to follow up his success with the story of the Hornet disaster with a series of articles on the Sandwich Islands, and then to take advantage of the popularity of the Hawaiian letters and deliver a lecture on the same subject. While he was writing Roughing It, he planned a book of adventures in the diamond mines of South Africa, and so impersonal was this work that he proposed that the material for it should be gathered by an agent, whom he actually dispatched. Then, says Mr. Paine, the success of Roughing It naturally made him cast about for other autobiographical material. Years later, after the failure of the Page machine, in which he had invested all his money, we find him returning to literature and counting up his assets exactly as if his literary life were indeed a business enterprise. "I confined myself to the boy life out on the Mississippi," he writes, "because that had a peculiar charm for me, and not because I was not familiar with other phases of life." And then he enumerates all the various roles he has played, concluding that, as the most valuable capital or culture or education usable in the building of novels is personal experience, I ought to be well equipped for that trade. It does not concern him that under all these different costumes of the miner, the prospector, the reporter, the publisher, he has been the same man, that he has really experienced not life, but only modes of living. The costumes are all different, but each one is good for a new performance. It is not the artist, but the salesman that speaks here, the salesman with an infallible finger for the public pulse. No more lectures in churches, he tells his agent, Redpath. People are afraid to laugh in a church. And again, to his publishing manager, regarding Pudd'nhead Wilson. There was nothing new in that story, The American Claimant, but the fingerprints in this one is virgin ground, absolutely fresh, and mighty curious and interesting to everybody. Mark Twain, who prophesied a sale of 300,000 sets of General Grant's memoirs, and then proceeded to sell almost exactly that number, knew very well what the public wanted. That had become his chief study. Habitually, in connection with what he was planning to do, he used the word possibilities. The possibilities of this, the possibilities of that, in the commercial, not in the artistic sense. He appears always to have been occupied with the promise of profit and reputation, a theme contained for him, never with its elements of artistic interest and value. That authorship was to him, in fact, not an art, but a trade, and only the chief trade of a series that he had followed, in true pioneer fashion, that he thought of it not as a means of free individual expression, but as something naturally conditioned by the laws of supply and demand, all the evidence of his life goes to show. I have quoted his eulogy of the old Mississippi pilot, and his description of the writer, by contrast, as a manacled servant of the public. We write frankly and fearlessly, he adds naively, but then we modify before we print. One might imagine that such a thing as an artist had never existed. Am I anticipating? Go back now. Go back to 1867, to the moment of Mark Twain's Cooper Union lecture, when he finds himself, in the hands of his agent, Fuller, advertised to play against Speaker Colfax at Irving Hall, Ristori, and also the double troupe of Japanese jugglers. Mark Twain hesitates. Fuller is obdurate. What we want this time, he says, is reputation anyway. Money is secondary. So he floods the house with complimentary tickets to the school teachers of the city. Mark, he says, after the lecture is over, Mark, it's all right. The fortune didn't come, but it will. The fame has arrived. With this lecture and your book just out, you are going to be the most talked of man in the country. It was true. But in that moment, that typical moment, in that reluctance, in that acquiescence, in that corroboration, Mark Twain's die had been cast. Who is this apparition we see hobnobbing with generals and senators and other humbugs? The Mark Twain who is going to walk the boards of the Gilded Age. In the hour of his triumph, he writes to his mother, "You observe that under a cheerful exterior I have got a spirit that is angry with me, and gives me freely its contempt. It is a formidable spirit, that alter ego within him. He is going to hear its bitter promptings later on. Now, however, his triumph drowns its voice. His private, personal, and domestic interests have wholly supplanted the dim and wavering sense of his vocation. Clemens was chiefly concerned over two things," says Mr. Paine. he wished to make money, and he wished to secure a government appointment for Orion. Mark Twain often spoke of the rigidity of determinism, of the inexorable sequence of cause and effect. As Mr. Paine says, with an emphasis of his own, he had but to review his own life for justification of his belief. From this point on, his career was a steady process of what is called adaptation to environment. He had abdicated that spiritual independence without which the creative life is impossible. He was to lose himself now, to quote Whitman's phrase, in countless masses of adjustments. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 5, The Candidate for Gentility, Part 1. Quote, "Follow his call? Good heavens! That is what men do as bachelors, but an engaged man only follows his bride." End quote. Ibsen, The Comedy of Love. The Freethinkers Society in Pudd'nhead Wilson, as I have recalled, consisted of 2 members, Judge Driscoll, the president, and Pudd'nhead himself. Judge Driscoll, says our author, could be a freethinker and still hold his place in society because he was the person of most consequence in the community, and therefore could venture to go his own way and follow out his own notions. As for Pudd'nhead, with his crazy calendar, he was a sort of outcast anyway. No one cared a straw what Pudd'nhead believed. It was Mark Twain's little paraphrase, that fable, of Tocqueville's comment, "I know of no country in which there is so little independence of mind and real freedom of discussion as in America." Mark Twain has corroborated this in so many words himself. In our country, he says, we have those 3 unspeakably precious things: freedom of thought, freedom of speech, and the prudence never to practice either. An American can have a mind of his own, in short, upon one of 2 conditions only. Either he must be willing to stay at the bottom of the ladder of success, or he must be able to climb to the top. No one cares to impugn a fool. No one dares to impugn a captain of industry. Now, when Mark Twain abdicated his independence as a creative spirit, he put his foot on the first rung of that ladder. The children of light are all Pudd'nheads in the eyes of the children of this world. And if Mark Twain had been able and willing to remain in the ranks of the children of light, he would have been perfectly free to starve and to shine. But once he had made his bid for success, he had to accept its moral consequences. The freedom he had lost at the foot of the ladder, he could hope to regain only at the top. Meanwhile, he had to play the recognized American game according to the recognized American rules. Here Mark Twain was utterly at sea. His essential instinct, the instinct of the artist, had been thwarted and repressed. Nevertheless, just because he was essentially an artist, He was a greenhorn in the tricks of getting on. Why, it was a constant surprise to him at first that people laughed at his stories, and gave him gold and silver for telling them. His acquisitive instinct, no doubt, had asserted itself with the lapse of his creative instinct. Still, it was not, so to speak, a personal instinct. It was only the instinct of his heredity and his environment, which had sprung up in a spirit that had been swept clear for it. It was wholly unable to focus Mark Twain. He, all his life the most inept of business men, without practical judgment, without foresight, without any of Poor Richard's virtues, was never, says Mr. Howells, a man who cared anything about money except as a dream, and he wanted more and more of it to fill out the spaces of this dream. Yes, to fill out the spaces the prodigious failure of his genius had left vacant. To win fame and fortune, meanwhile, as his parents had wished him to do, had now become his dominant desire, and almost everyone he met knew more about the art of success than he did. He had to make good, but in order to do so, he had to subject himself to those who knew the ropes. Consequently, whoever excelled him in skill, in manners, in prestige, stood to him in loco parentis, and to complete the ironic circle, he was endlessly grateful to those who led him about, like a Savoyard bear, because he felt, as was indeed true, that it was to them he owed the success he had attained. This is the real meaning of Mr. Paine's remark. It was always Mark Twain's habit to rely on somebody. The list of those to whom he deferred is a long and varied one. In later years, he did not always consult his financial adviser, Mr. Rogers, we are told, any more than he always consulted his spiritual adviser, Twitchell, or his literary adviser, Howells, when he intended to commit heresies in their respective provinces. But these were the exceptions that proved the rule. In general, Mark Twain abandoned himself to the will and word of those who had won his allegiance. There was Artemus Ward, there was Anson Burlingame, there was Henry Ward Beecher. What they told him and how he obeyed, we have just seen. There was Bret Harte, who, he said, trimmed and trained and schooled me patiently until he changed me from an awkward utterer of coarse grotesquenesses to a writer of paragraphs and chapters that have found a certain favor in the eyes of even some of the very decentest people in the land. Above all, and among many others, there was Mr. Howells, who, from the first moment, won his absolute and unvarying confidence in all literary affairs. Indeed, adds Mr. Paine, in matters pertaining to literature and to literary people in general, he laid his burden on William Dean Howells from that day. It was to Howells that he said, apropos of The Innocents Abroad, "When I read that review of yours, I felt like the woman who was so glad her baby had come white." It has become the custom with a certain school of critics to assert that Mark Twain's spiritual rights were in some way infringed by his associates, and especially by his wife, the evident fact being that he craved authority with all the self-protective instinct of the child who has not learned safely to go his own way, and feels himself surrounded by pitfalls. "There has always been somebody in authority over my manuscript and privileged to improve it," he wrote in 1900, with a touch of angry chagrin, to Mr. S. S. McClure, but the privilege had always emanated from Mark Twain himself. In short, having lost the thread of his life and committed himself to the pursuit of prestige, Mark Twain had to adapt himself to the prevailing point of view of American society. "The middle class," says a contemporary English writer, Mr. R. H. Gretton, "is that portion of the community to which money is the primary condition and the primary instrument of life." If that is true, we can understand why Matthew Arnold observed that the whole American population of his time belonged to the middle class. When, accordingly, Mark Twain accepted the spiritual rule of the majority, he found himself leading, to use an expression of bridge players, from his weakest suit. It was not as a young writer capable of great artistic achievements that he was valued now, but as a promising money-maker capable of becoming a plutocrat. And meanwhile, instead of being an interesting individual, he was a social inferior. His uncouth habits, his lack of education, his outlandish manners and appearance, his very picturesqueness, everything that made foreigners delight in him, all these raw materials of personality that would have fallen into their natural place if he had been able to consummate his freedom as an artist, were millstones about the neck of a young man whose salvation depended upon his winning the approval of bourgeois society. His outrageousness, as Mr. Howells calls it, had ceased to be the sign of some priceless, unformulated force. It had become a disadvantage, a disability, a mere outrageousness. That gift of humor was a gold mine. So much everyone saw. Mark Twain was evidently cut out for success. But he had a lot of things to live down first. He was, in a word, a roughneck from the West, on probation. And if he wanted to get on, it was understood that he had to qualify. We cannot properly grasp the significance of Mark Twain's marriage unless we realize that he had been maneuvered into the role of a candidate for gentility. But here, in order to go forward, we shall have to go back. What had been Mark Twain's original unconscious motive in surrendering his creative life? To fulfill the oath he had taken so solemnly at his dead father's side. He had sworn to make good in order to please his mother. In short, when the artist in him had abdicated, the family man, in whom personal and domestic interests and relations and loyalties take precedence of all others, had come to the front. His home had ever been the hub of Mark Twain's universe. Deep down, says Mr. Paine, of the days of his first triumphs in Nevada, he was lonely and homesick. He was always so, away from his own kindred. And at 32, able to go back to his mother without shame, having at last retrieved his failure as a miner, he had renewed the peculiar filial bond which had remained precisely that of his infancy. Jane Clemens was 64 at this time, we are told, but as keen and vigorous as ever, proud, even if somewhat critical, of this handsome, brilliant man of new name and fame who had been her mischievous, wayward boy. She petted him, joked with him, scolded him, and inquired searchingly into his morals and habits. In turn, he petted, comforted, and teased her. She decided that he was the same Sam, and always would be, a true prophecy. It was indeed so true that Mark Twain, who required authority as much as he required affection, could not fail now to seek in the other sex some one who would take his mother's place. All his life, as we know, he had to be mothered by somebody, and he transferred this filial relation to at least one other person before it found its bourne first in his wife and afterward in his daughters. This was Mother Fairbanks of the Quaker City party, who had, we are told, so large an influence on the tone and character of those travel letters which established his fame. "She sewed my buttons on," he wrote, he was 32 at the time, "kept my clothing in presentable form, fed me on Egyptian jam when I behaved, lectured me awfully, and cured me of several bad habits." It was only natural, therefore, that he should have accepted the rule of his wife implicitly, that he should have gloried, as Mr. Howells says, in his subjection to her. "After my marriage," he told Professor Henderson, "she edited everything I wrote, and what is more, she not only edited my works, she edited me." What indeed were Mark Twain's works in the totality of that relationship? What, for that matter, was Olivia Clemens? She was more than a person, she was a symbol. After her death Mark Twain was always deploring the responsibility he had been to her. Does he not fall into the actual phrase his mother had used about him? She always said I was the most difficult child she had. She was, I say, more than a person, she was a symbol. For just as she had taken the place of his mother, so at her death her daughters took her place. Mr. Paine tells how, when Mark Twain was 70 or more, Miss Clara Clemens, leaving home for a visit, would pin up a sign on the billiard room door, "No billiards after 10 p.m.," a sign that was always outlawed. He was a boy, Mr. Paine says, whose parents had been called away, left to his own devices, and bent on a good time. He used to complain humorously how his daughters were always trying to keep him straight, "dusting papa off," as they called it, and how, wherever he went, little notes and telegrams of admonition followed him. "I have been used," he said, "to obeying my family all my life." And by virtue of this lovable weakness, too, he was the typical American male. As we can see now, it was affection rather than material self-interest that was leading Mark Twain onward and upward. It had always been affection. He had never at bottom wanted to "make good" for any other reason than to please his mother. And in order to get on, he had had to adopt his mother's values of life. He had had to repress the deepest instinct in him and accept the guidance of those who knew the ropes of success. As the ward of his mother, he had never consciously broken with the traditions of Western society. Now, a candidate for gentility on terms wholly foreign to his nature, he found the filial bond of old renewed with tenfold intensity in a fresh relationship. He had to "make good" in his wife's eyes, and that was a far more complicated obligation. As we shall see, Mark Twain rebelled against her will, just as he had rebelled against his mother's, yet could not seriously or finally question anything she thought or did. He adored her as little less than a saint, we are told, which is only another way of saying that, automatically, her gods had become his. It is not the custom in American criticism to discuss the relations between authors and their wives. So intensely personal is the atmosphere of our society that to stoop and botanize upon the family affairs, even of those whose lives and opinions give its tone to our civilization, is regarded as a sort of sacrilege. Think of the way in which English criticism has thrashed out the pros and cons of Thomas and Jane Carlyle, Percy and Harriet Shelley, Lord and Lady Byron, and the Bronte family, and the Lambs and the Rossettis. Is it to satisfy the neighborly village ear, or even a mere normal concern with interesting relationships? At bottom, English critics are so copious and so candid in these domestic analyses because they believe that what great writers think and feel is of profound importance to society, and because they know that what any man thinks and feels is largely determined by personal circumstances and affections. It is, no doubt, because of this frank, free habit of mind that all the best biographies, even of our American worthies, Hamilton, Franklin, and Lincoln, for instance, have been written by Englishmen. No one will deny, I suppose, that Mark Twain's influence upon our society has been, either in a positive or in a negative way, profound. When, therefore, we know that, by his own statement, his wife not only edited his works, but edited him, we feel slightly annoyed with Mr. Howells, who, whenever he speaks of Mrs. Clemens, abandons his role as a realist, and carefully conceals that puissant personage under the veil of her heavenly whiteness. We feel that the friend, the neighbor, the guest, has prevailed in Mr. Howells's mind over the artist and the thinker, and that he is far more concerned with fulfilling his personal obligations and his private loyalties than the proper public task of a psychologist and a man of letters. Meanwhile, we know that neither the wives of European authors, nor, for that matter, the holy women of the New Testament, have suffered any real degradation from being scrutinized as creatures of flesh and blood. If one stoops and botanizes upon Mrs. Clemens, it is because, when her standards became those of her husband, she stepped immediately into a role far more truly influential than that of any president. Olivia Langdon was the daughter of a wealthy coal dealer and mine owner of Elmira, New York. Perhaps you know Elmira. Perhaps, in any case, you can imagine it. Those upstate towns have a civilization all their own. Without the traditions of moral freedom and intellectual culture which New England has never quite lost, they had been so salted down with the spoils of a conservative industrial life that they had attained, by the middle of the 19th century, a social stratification as absolute as that of New England itself. A stagnant freshwater aristocracy, 1 7/8 or 2 1/4 generations deep, densely provincial, resting on a basis of angular sectarianism, eviscerated politics, and raw money, ruled the roast, imposing upon all the rest of society its own type, forcing all to submit to it or to imitate it. Who does not know those august brick and stucco mansard palaces of the Middle States, those fountains on the front lawn that have never played, those bronze animals with their permanent but economical suggestions of the baronial park? The quintessence of thrifty ostentation, a maximum of terrifying effect based upon a minimum of psychic expenditure. They are the Vaticans of the coal popes of yesteryear, and all the Elmiras with a single voice proclaimed them sacrosanct. We can imagine how Mark Twain must have been struck dumb in such a presence. Elmira, says Mr. Paine, was a conservative place, a place of pedigree and family tradition. That a stranger, a former printer, pilot, miner, wandering journalist and lecturer, was to carry off the daughter of one of the oldest and wealthiest families was a thing not to be lightly permitted. The fact that he had achieved a national fame did not count against other considerations. The social protest amounted almost to insurrection. One remembers the story of Thomas Carlyle, that Scottish stonemason's son who carried off the daughter of Dr. Welsh of Dumfries. One conceives what Carlyle's position would have been if he had not found his own soul before he fell in love, and if Jane Welsh had been merely the passive reflection of a society utterly without respect for the life of the spirit. He would have been, and would have felt himself, the interloper then. He would not have been Carlyle, but the stonemason's son, and she would have been the Lady Bountiful. For Mark Twain had not married an awakened soul. He had married a young girl without experience, without imagination, who had never questioned anything, understood anything, desired anything, who had never been conscious of any will apart from that of her parents, her relatives, her friends. To win her approval and her pride, therefore, and love compelled him to do that, he had to win the approval and the pride of Elmira itself. He had to win the imprimatur of all that vast and intricate system of privilege and convention of which Elmira was the symbol. They had all said of Olivia Langdon, who was the family idol, that no one was good enough for her, certainly not this adventurous soldier of letters from the West. Charles Langdon, her brother and Mark Twain's old comrade, was so mortified at having brought this ignominy upon his own household that he set off on a voyage round the world in order to escape the wedding. Furthermore, Mark Twain's friends in California replied unanimously to Mr. Langdon's inquiries about his character that, while he was certainly a good fellow, he would make the worst husband on record. Would not all these things have put any lover on his mettle? Mark Twain was on probation, and his provisional acceptability in this new situation was due not to his genius, but to the fact that he was able to make money by it. What made the Langdons relent and consider his candidacy was quite plainly, as we can see from Mr. Paine's record, the vast success Mark Twain was having as a humorous journalist and lecturer. With the publication of The Innocents Abroad, as we know, he had become suddenly a person of substance, an associate of men of consequence. Even in New York people pointed him out in the street. He was a lion, a conquering hero, and Elmira could not help yielding to that. It would be difficult, as Mr. Paine says, for any family to refuse relationship with one whose star was so clearly ascending. But could he, would he, keep it up? To be sure, he considered himself, we are specifically told, not as a literary man, but as a journalist. His financial pace had been set for him. I wasn't going to touch a book, he wrote, unless there was money in it, and a good deal of it. He had already formed those habits of pecuniary emulation and conspicuous waste which Mr. Veblen has defined for us, and which were almost a guarantee that he would take a common sense view of his talent and turn it to the best financial account. 3 months before his marriage, this erstwhile barefoot boy was already, the best possible omen for one with his resources, $22,000 in debt. He had put his shoulder to the wheel and had proved that he was able to make money even faster than he spent it. And the instincts of the family man had so manifested themselves in his new devotion that, other things being equal, and his wife would see to that, he really was a safe conservative risk as a wealthy coal dealer's son-in-law. Jervis Langdon capitulated. He was a hearty soul. He had always liked Mark Twain anyway. Now he felt that this soldier of fortune could be trusted to cherish his daughter in the style, as people say, to which she had been accustomed. His own household expenses were $40,000 a year. Of course, they couldn't begin on that scale. It wasn't to be expected, and besides, it wasn't the custom. But, at any rate, he was going to start them off, and he was going to do it handsomely. One remembers how, in The Gilded Age, when Philip Sterling conquers the mountain of coal that makes his fortune, he became suddenly a person of consideration, whose speech was freighted with meaning, whose looks were all significant. The words of a proprietor of a rich coal mine, our author adds, naively, have a golden sound, and his common sayings are repeated as if they were solid wisdom. Mark Twain must have had Jervis Langdon in his mind when he wrote that. As an aspirant to fortune, he naturally stood in awe of a man who had so conspicuously arrived. And now that this man had become his own bountiful father-in-law, he could not, in his gratitude, sufficiently pledge himself to keep his best financial foot forward. Jervis Langdon gave the young couple a house in a fashionable street in Buffalo, a house newly and fully fitted up, with a carriage and a coachman and all the other appointments of a prosperous menage. It was a surprise, one of the unforeseen delights of Mark Twain's wedding day. He woke up, so to speak, and found himself with the confused and intoxicating sensations of a bridegroom, absolutely committed to a scale of living such as no mere literary man at the outset of his career could ever have lived up to. He had been fairly shanghaied into the business man's paradise. But Jervis Langdon had foreseen everything. Mark Twain's ambition at this time, we are told, lay in the direction of retirement in some prosperous newspaper enterprise, with the comforts and companionship of a home. That was the ambition, already evoked, which his new situation confirmed. The ambition which had now fully become his because the Langdons encouraged it. And as he had no money actually on hand, his father-in-law bound himself to the extent of $25,000 and advanced half of it in cash so that Mark Twain could acquire a third interest in the Buffalo Express. Thus, almost without realizing it, he had actually become a businessman, with love and honor obliging him to remain one. The full consequences of this moral surrender, shall we call it, can only appear as we go on with our story. Meanwhile, we may note that, precisely because of his divided soul, Mark Twain could not consistently and deliberately pursue the main chance. Had he been able to do so, he might, in a few years, have bought his liberty. But he lost interest in his journalistic enterprise just as he was to lose interest in so many other lucrative enterprises in the future. And every time he was driven back to make a fresh attempt. "I have a perfect horror and heart-sickness over it," Mrs. Clemens wrote to her sister after the bankruptcy of the publishing house of Charles L. Webster and Company. "I cannot get away from the feeling that business failure means disgrace. I suppose it always will mean that to me. Sue, if you were to see me, you would see that I have grown old very fast during this last year. I have wrinkled. Most of the time I want to lie down and cry. Everything seems to me so impossible." Naturally, inevitably. But imagine an author, who was also a devoted lover, having to respond to a stimulus like that. His bankruptcy was, to Mark Twain, like a sudden dawn of joyous freedom. "Farewell, a long farewell to business," he exclaimed during those weeks of what might have seemed an impending doom. "I will never touch it again. I will live in literature. I will wallow in it, revel in it. I will swim in ink." But when his release finally comes, he writes as follows to his wife, whom he has left in France: "Now and then a good and dear Joe Twitchell or Susie Warner condoles with me and says, 'Cheer up, don't be downhearted,' and none of them suspect what a burden has been lifted from me, and how blithe I am inside. Except when I think of you, dear heart, then I am not blithe, for I seem to see you grieving and ashamed and dreading to look people in the face. You only seem to see rout, retreat, and dishonored colors dragging in the dirt, whereas none of these things exist. There is temporary defeat, but no dishonor, and we will march again. Charlie Warner said today, 'Sho, Livy isn't worrying. So long as she's got you and the children, she doesn't care what happens. She knows it isn't her affair,' which didn't convince me. No, Mrs. Clemens, who was so far from being the votary of genius, was not quite the votary of love either. She was, before all, the unquestioning daughter of that wealthy coal dealer of Elmira, who had held about $250,000 in her own right. Her husband might lag and lapse as a literary man, but when he fell behind in the race of pecuniary emulation, she could not help applying the spur. She had even invested her own patrimony in her husband's ventures, and all that the Page typesetting machine had spared went up the chimney in the failure of Charles L. Webster and Company. Of course, Mark Twain had to retrieve that. And so it went. As the years passed, owing to the very ineptitude that ought to have kept him out of business altogether, he was involved more and more deeply in it. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 5. The Candidate for Gentility, Part 2. As we can see now, the condition of Mark Twain's survival, on probation as he was and morally pledged to make a large income, was that he should adopt the whole code of his new environment. It was for love's sake that he had put his head, so to say, into the noose. In his case, the matrimonial vow had been almost literally reversed, and it was he who had promised not only to love and honor, but also to obey. His loyalty was laid under further obligations by certain family disasters that followed his marriage and by the weakness of his wife. A neurotic, hysterical type, at 16, through a fall upon the ice, she had become a complete invalid, confined to her bed for 2 years in a darkened room, unable to sit, even when supported, unable to lie in any position except upon her back, till a wizard came one day and told her, with miraculous results, to arise and walk. Mrs. Clemens was of an almost unearthly fragility, and she seems to have remained so during the greater part of her life. I am still nursing Livy night and day. I am nearly worn out, Mark Twain writes, shortly after his marriage. And the death of their first child, not long after, naturally intensified his almost abnormal absorption in domestic interests, his already excessive devotion to his wife. We recall that passionate promise he had made to his brother: "I am in for it. I must go on chasing phantoms until I marry, then I am done with literature and all other bosh, that is, literature wherewith to please the general public. I shall write to please myself then." What chance did he have now, preoccupied at home, driven to support the pretentious establishment his father-in-law had wished on him, to find his own bearings and write to please that self which had never possessed any truly conscious existence? The whole tenor of this new life was to feminize Mark Twain, to make him feel that no loyalties are valid which conflict with domestic loyalties, that no activities are admirable which do not immediately conduce to domestic welfare, that private and familiar interests are, rightly and inevitably, the prime interests of man. Eve's Diary, written by Mark Twain shortly after his wife's death, is said to figure their relationship. Adam there is a hewer of wood, and the drawer of water, a sort of Caliban, and Eve the arbiter in all matters of civilization. "It has low tastes," says Beauty of this beast. "Some instinct tells me that eternal vigilance is the price of supremacy." And how Mrs. Clemens exercised it! There is something for the gods to bewail in the sight of that shorn Samson, led about by a little child who, in the profound somnolence of her spirit, was merely going through the motions of an inherited domestic piety. Her life had been circumscribed, says Mr. Paine, her experiences of a simple sort, but she did not hesitate to undertake the work of polishing and purifying her life companion. She had no wish to destroy his personality, to make him over, but only to preserve his best. and she set about it in the right way, gently, and with a tender gratitude in each achievement. To preserve his best. She sensed his heresy toward the conventions and forms which had been her gospel, his bantering, indifferent attitude toward life, to her always so serious and sacred. She suspected that he even might have unorthodox views on matters of religion. That was before they were married. Afterward, concerning his religious observances, her task in the beginning was easy enough. Clemens had not at that time formulated any particular doctrines of his own. It took very little persuasion on his wife's part to establish family prayers in their home, grace before meals, and the morning reading of a Bible chapter. Thus was reestablished over him that old Calvinistic spell of his mother's, against which he had so vainly revolted as a child. Preserving his best, as we can see, meant preserving what fitted into the scheme of a good husband, a kind father, and a sagacious man of business, after the order of the Jervis Langdons of this world. For Olivia Clemens had never known any other sort of hero. In time, says Mr. Paine with a terrible unconscious irony, she saw more clearly with his vision, but this was long after, when she had lived more with the world, had become more familiar with its larger needs and the proportions of created things. It was too late then. The mischief had long been done. Mark Twain frightened his wife and shocked her, and she prevailed over him by an almost deliberate reliance upon that weakness to which he, the chivalrous Southerner, the born cavalier in reality, could not fail to respond. Why did she habitually call him youth? Was it not from an instinctive sense that her power lay in keeping him a child, in asserting the maternal attitude which he could never resist? He had indeed found a second mother now, and he not only accepted her rule implicitly, as Mr. Howells says, but he rejoiced, he gloried in it. He teased her, he occasionally enjoyed shivering her exquisite sense of decorum, but he, who could not trust his own judgment, and to whom, consequently, one taboo was as reasonable as another, submitted to all her taboos as a matter of course. "I would quit wearing socks," he said, "if she thought them immoral." It was, this marriage, as we perceive, a case of the blind leading the blind. Mark Twain had thrown himself into the hands of his wife. She, in turn, was merely the echo of her environment. "She was very sensitive about me," he wrote in his autobiography. "It distressed her to see me do heedless things which could bring me under criticism. That was partly, of course, because she wished him to succeed for his own sake, but it was also because she was not sure of herself." We can see between the lines of Mr. Paine's record not only what a shy little provincial body she was, how easily thrown out of her element, how ill at ease in their journeyings about the world, but how far from unambitious she was also. It was for her own sake, therefore, that she trimmed him and tried to turn Caliban into a gentleman. Timid and ambitious as she was, having annexed him to herself, she had to make him as presentable as possible in order to satisfy her own vanity before the eyes of those upon whose approval her happiness depended. Mark Twain told once of the torture of embarrassment with which she had had to confess at a London dinner table that he, the great American author, had never read Balzac, Thackeray, and the others. But Boston, from the point of view of Elmira, was almost as awe-inspiring as London. Mr. and Mrs. Clemens were often the guests of Mr. and Mrs. Howells. Here is what Mark Twain wrote to Howells after one of these visits: "I 'caught it' for letting Mrs. Howells bother and bother about her coffee, when it was a good deal better than we get at home. I 'caught it' for interrupting Mrs. C. at the last moment, and losing her the opportunity to urge you not to forget to send her that manuscript when the printers are done with it. I 'caught it' once more for personating that drunken Colonel James. I 'caught it' for mentioning that Mr. Longfellow's picture was slightly damaged, and when, after a lull in the storm, I confessed shamefacedly that I had privately suggested to you that we hadn't any frames, and that if you wouldn't mind hinting to Mr. Houghton, etc., etc., etc." The madam was simply speechless for the space of a minute. Then she said, "How could you, Youth? The idea of sending Mr. Howells, with his sensitive nature, etc." She was on pins and needles, we see, and it must have been intolerable to her that, at the Atlantic dinners, her husband, in spite of his immense fame, sat below the salt. Her whole innocent mood was that of a woman to whom the values of that good society which, as Goethe said, offers no material for poetry, are the supreme, unquestionable values, and who felt that she and her brood must at all hazards learn the ropes. Mark Twain, after the enormous break of his Whittier birthday speech, wrote to Mr. Howells: "My sense of disgrace does not abate. It grows. I see that it is going to add itself to my list of permanencies, a list of humiliations that extends back to when I was 7 years old, and which keeps on persecuting me regardless of my repentances." Imagine a European man of genius having to qualify, not as an individual, but as a member of a social order into which he had not been born. Charles Dickens never felt grateful to society because it tolerated the man who had once been a waif of the streets. Mark Twain, as Mr. Paine presents him, was always the barefoot boy among the gods. Only in the light of this general subjugation of Mark Twain's character can we understand his literary subjugation. From the moment of his marriage his artistic integrity, already compromised, had, as a matter of fact, been irreparably destroyed. Quite literally, as a man of letters, his honor rooted in dishonor stood, and faith unfaithful kept him falsely true. He had accepted his father-in-law's financial assistance. He had bought his post on the Buffalo Express. In return, he had solemnly pledged the freedom of his mind. In these words of his salutatory, he made his pledge public: "Being a stranger, it would be immodest of me to suddenly and violently assume the associate editorship of the Buffalo Express without a single word of comfort or encouragement to the unoffending patrons of this paper, who are about to be exposed to constant attacks of my wisdom and learning. But the word shall be as brief as possible. I only want to assure parties having a friendly interest in the prosperity of the journal that I am not going to hurt the paper deliberately and intentionally at any time. I am not going to introduce any startling reforms, nor in any way attempt to make trouble. Such is my platform. I do not see any use in it, but custom is law and must be obeyed. Never, surely, was a creative will more innocently, more painlessly surrendered than in those words. Marriage had been, for Mark Twain's artistic conscience, like the final whiff of chloroform, sealing a slumber that many a previous whiff had already induced. With that promise to be good, to refrain from hurting parties having a friendly interest in the prosperity of his journal, the artist in Mark Twain had fallen into a final trance. Anybody could manipulate him now. We have seen that his wife, who had become his chief censor, having no more independence of judgment than he, simply exposed him to the control of public opinion. This, in all matters of culture, meant New England, and especially Boston, and accordingly, to please Boston, impossible, terrifying task, had become as obligatory upon Mark Twain as to please Elmira. We have already observed the intellectual posture of Boston during the Gilded Age. Frigid and emasculate, it cast upon the presuming outsider the cold and hostile eye of an elderly maiden aunt who is not prepared to stand any nonsense. "Tomorrow night," writes Mark Twain in one of his earlier letters, "I appear for the first time before a Boston audience, 4,000 critics." He was lecturing with Petroleum V. Nasby, and he tells how frightened Petroleum was before the ordeal. Fortunately, in a sense, for Mark Twain, he had, in Mr. Howells, a charitable sponsor, a charitable intermediary. But unfortunately for his genius, Mr. Howells was no more independent than himself. Mr. Howells was almost as much the nervous and timid alien in Boston society as Mrs. Clemens, and as the latter's natural ally and supreme authority in the task of shaping her husband, instead of dispelling Mark Twain's fears, he simply redoubled them. Together, like two tremulous maids dressing the plebeian daughter of some newly rich manufacturer in order to make her presentable for a court ball, they worked over him, expurgated him, trimmed him, to his own everlasting gratitude. To Mr. Howells he wrote: "I owe as much to your training as the rude country job printer owes to the city boss who takes him in hand and teaches him the right way to handle his art." And of his wife he said, "I was a mighty rough, coarse, unpromising subject when Livy took charge of me, and I may still be to the rest of the world, but not to her. She has made a very creditable job of me." And no doubt that refining process was necessary. If Mark Twain had been enabled to stand on his own feet, had been helped to discover himself as an artist, it would have resulted naturally from the growth of his own self-consciousness, his own critical sense. As it was, undertaken in behalf of a wholly false external ideal, and by people who had no comprehension of his true principle of growth, people who were themselves subservient to public opinion, it destroyed the last vestiges of his moral independence. There is a sorry tale about Mark Twain's neckties that is really symbolic of the process he was going through. It seems that long after his marriage he still continued to wear an old-fashioned Western string tie, which was a cause of great embarrassment to his family and friends, an ever-present reminder that his regeneration was still incomplete. No one quite knew what to do about it, till at last Howells and Aldrich boldly bought him 2 cravats and humored him, to his wife's infinite comfort, into wearing them. In this way the mysteries of a provincial gentility, provincial because it was without a sense of proportion, were kept constantly before his mind, and he, the lovable victim of his own love, a Gulliver among the Lilliputians, a sleeping Samson, surrendered his limbs to the myriad threads of convention, yielded his locks to the shears of that simple Delilah, his wife. For what sort of taste was it that Mark Twain had to satisfy? Hardly a taste for the frank, the free, the animated, the expressive. The criticism he received was purely negative. We are told that Mrs. Clemens and her friends read Meredith with reverential appreciation, that they formed a circle of devout listeners when Mark Twain himself used to read Browning aloud in Hartford. Profane art, the mature expression of life, in short, was outside Mrs. Clemens's circle of ideas. She could not breathe in that atmosphere with any comfort. Her instinctive notion of literature was of something that is read at the fireside, out loud, under the lamp, a family institution, vaguely associated with the Bible, and a father tempering the wind of King James's English to the sensitive ears and blushing cheek of the youngest daughter. Her taste, in a word, was quite infantile. Mrs. Clemens says my version of the blindfold novelette, A Murder and a Marriage, is good. Pretty strong language for her, writes Mark Twain in 1876. And we know that when he was at work on Huckleberry Finn and The Prince and the Pauper, she so greatly preferred the latter that Mark Twain really felt it was rather discreditable of him to pay any attention to Huckleberry Finn at all. "Imagine this fact," he wrote to Howells. "I have even fascinated Mrs. Clemens with this yarn for youth. My stuff generally gets considerable damning with faint praise out of her, but this time it is all the other way. She is become the horse leech's daughter, and my mill doesn't grind fast enough to suit her. This is no mean triumph, my dear sir." And shortly afterward he wrote to his mother, "I have 2 stories, and by the verbal agreement they are both going into the same book, but Livy says they're not, and by George I she ought to know. She says they're going into separate books, and that one of them is going to be elegantly gotten up, even if the elegance of it eats up the publisher's profits and mine too." It was The Prince and the Pauper, a book that anybody might have written, but whose romantic medievalism was equally respectable in its tendency and infantile in its appeal, that Mrs. Clemens felt so proud of. "Nobody," adds Mr. Paine, "appears to have been especially concerned about Huck, except possibly the publisher." Plainly it was very little encouragement that Mark Twain's natural genius received from these relentless critics to whom he stood in such subjection, to whom he offered such devotion. For Mr. Howells, too, if we are to accept Mr. Paine's record, seconded him as often as not in these innocuous infantile ventures, abetting him in the production of blindfold novelettes and plays of an abysmal foolishness. As for Mark Twain's unique masterpiece, Huckleberry Finn, "I like it only tolerably well as far as I have got," he writes, "and may possibly pigeonhole or burn the manuscript when it is done." To which Mr. Paine adds, "It did not fascinate him as did the story of the Wandering Prince. He persevered only as the story moved him. Apparently he had not yet acquired confidence or pride enough in poor Huck to exhibit him even to friends." And quite naturally. His artistic self-respect had been so little developed, had been, in fact, so baffled and abashed by all this mauling and fumbling, that he could take no pride in a book which was, precisely, the mirror of the unregenerate past he was doing his best to live down. Behold Mrs. Clemens, then, in the role of critic and censor. A memorandum Mark Twain made at the time when he and she were going over the proofs of Following the Equator shows us how she conceived of her task. It is in the form of a dialogue between them. Page 1020, ninth line from the top. I think some other word would be better than stench. You have used that pretty often. But can't I get it in anywhere? You've knocked it out every time. Out it goes again. And yet stench is a noble, good word. Page 1038. I hate to have your father pictured as lashing a slave boy. It's out, and my father is whitewashed. Page 1050, second line from the bottom. Change breechclout. It's a word that you love and I abominate. I would take that and awful out of the language. You are steadily weakening the English tongue, Livy. We can see from this that to Mrs. Clemens virility was just as offensive as profanity, that she had no sense of the difference between virility and profanity and vulgarity, that she had, in short, no positive taste, no independence of judgment at all. We can see also that she had no artistic ideal for her husband, that she regarded his natural liking for bold and masculine language, which was one of the outward signs of his latent greatness, merely as a literary equivalent of bad manners, as something that endangered their common prestige in the eyes of conventional public opinion. She condemned his writings, says Mr. Paine specifically, for the offense they might give in one way or another, and that her sole object, however unconscious, in doing this was to further him, not as an artist, but as a popular success, and especially as a candidate for gentility, is proved by the fact that she made him, as we observe in the incident of his father and the slave boy, whitewash not only himself but his family history also. And in all this Mr. Howells seconded her. It skirts a certain kind of fun which you can't afford to indulge in, he reminds our shorn Samson in one of his letters. And again, I'd have that swearing out in an instant. The swearing in this case being what he himself admits is so exactly the thing Huck would say, namely, "They comb me all to hell." As for Mark Twain himself, he took it as meekly as a lamb. Mr. Paine tells of a certain story he had written that was disrespectful to the Archbishop of Canterbury. Forbidden to print it, he had laboriously translated it into German, with some idea of publishing it surreptitiously. But his conscience had been too much for him. He had confessed, and even the German version had been suppressed. And how does he accept Mr. Howells's injunction about the swearing in Huckleberry Finn? "Mrs. Clemens received the mail this morning," he writes, "and the next minute she lit into the study with danger in her eye and this demand on her tongue: 'Where is the profanity Mr. Howells speaks of?' Then I had to miserably confess that I had left it out when reading the manuscript to her. Nothing but almost inspired lying got me out of this scrape with my scalp. Does your wife give you rats like that when you go a little one-sided?" They are very humiliating, these glimpses of great American writers behind the scenes, given rats by their wives whenever they stray for an instant from the straight and narrow path that leads to success. "Once," writes Mr. Paine, "when Sarah Orne Jewett was with the party in Rome, he remarked that if the old masters had labeled their fruit, one wouldn't be so likely to mistake pears for turnips. 'Youth,' said Mrs. Clemens gravely, 'if you do not care for these masterpieces yourself, you might at least consider the feelings of others.' And Miss Jewett, regarding him severely, added in her quaint Yankee fashion, 'Now you've been spoken to.' Very humiliating, very ignominious, I say, are these tableaus of 'the Lincoln of our literature' in the posture of an ignorant little boy, browbeaten by the dry sisters of culture Philistia. Very humiliating, and also very tragic. Mark Twain had come East with the only conscious ambition that Western life had bred in him, the ambition to succeed in a practical sense, to win wealth and fame. But the poet in him was still astir, still seeking for corroboration, for the frank hand and the gallant word that might set it free. We know this from the dim hope of liberation he had associated with the idea of marriage. And we can guess that his eager desire to meet men of superior intellect and character was more than half a desire to find some one who could give him that grand conception of the literary life which he had never been able to formulate. Some one who could show him how to meet life in the proud, free way of the artist, how to unify himself and focus his powers. Well, he had met the best, the greatest. He had met the man whom the Brahmins themselves had crowned as their successor. He had met Mr. Howells. And in this man of marvelous talent, this darling of all the gods and all the graces, he had encountered once more the eternal, universal, instinctive American subservience to what Mr. Santayana calls the genteel tradition. He had reached, in short, the heaven of literature and found it empty, and there was nothing beyond for the poet in him to seek. Consider, if I seem to be exaggerating, the story of Captain Stormfield's visit to heaven, which lay in Mark Twain's safe for 40 years before he dared to publish it. That little tale was slight enough in itself, but he was always tinkering with it. As the years went on, it assumed in his eyes an abnormal importance as the symbol of what he wished to do and was prohibited from doing. The other evening, his little daughter Susie records in 1886, as Papa and I were promenading up and down the library, he told me that he didn't expect to write but one more book, and then he was ready to give up work altogether, die, or do anything. He said that he had written more than he had ever expected to, and the only book that he had been particularly anxious to write was one locked up in the safe downstairs, not yet published. He had begun it in 1868, even before he had issued The Innocents Abroad, the vast popular success of which had overlaid this tentative personal venture that he had been prevented, because of its blasphemous tendency, from pursuing. There was his true line, the line of satire. We know it as much from the persistence with which he clung to that book as from his own statement that it was the only one he had been particularly anxious to write. There was his true line, and he had halted in it for want of corroboration. And what was Mr. Howells's counsel? "When Howells was here last," writes Mark Twain to his brother Orion in 1878, "I laid before him the whole story without referring to the manuscript, and he said, 'You have got it sure this time. But drop the idea of making mere magazine stuff of it. Don't waste it. Print it by itself, publish it first in England, ask Dean Stanley to endorse it, which will draw some of the teeth of the religious press, and then reprint in America.' There was the highest ideal, the boldest conception of personal freedom, of the independence of the spirit, of the function of literature that Mark Twain had found in America. Neither Howells nor I," he adds, "believe in hell or the divinity of the Savior, but no matter." No matter, no. The integrity of the spirit had become as indifferent to him as it was to the Gilded Age itself. He, this divided soul, had sought the great leader, and had found only an irresponsible child like himself, a child who told him that you had to sneak off behind the barn if you wanted to smoke the pipe of truth. Is it remarkable, then, that having found in the literary life as it shaped itself in industrial America every incentive to cower and cringe and hedge, and no incentive whatever to stand upright as a man, is it remarkable, I say, that Mark Twain should have relapsed into the easy, happy posture that came so natural to him in the presence of his wife, the posture of the little boy who is licensed to play the literary game as much as he likes, so long as he isn't too rude or too vulgar, and turns an honest penny by it, and never forgets that the real business of life is to make hay in fame and fortune, and pass muster in course of time as a gentleman. "Smoke," he writes, "I always smoke from 3 till 5 on Sunday afternoons, and in New York the other day I smoked a week, day and night, and once or twice I smooched a Sunday when the boss wasn't looking. Nothing is half so good as literature hooked on Sunday, on the sly." Incorrigible, naughty boy! He never dreams of asserting a will of his own, but doesn't he delight in his freedom from responsibility? Isn't it a relief to be absolved from the effort of creating standards of his own and living up to them? "A man is never anything but what his outside influences have made him," wrote Mark Twain years later. "It is his human environment which influences his mind and his feelings, furnishes him his ideals, and sets him on his road and keeps him in it. If he leave that road, he will find himself shunned by the people whom he most loves and esteems, and whose approval he most values. He who so willingly suppressed, at his wife's command, the first germ of the book he was to call his Bible, a deistical note on God, who had formed the habit of withholding views which he thought would strike his neighbors as shocking, heretical, and blasphemous, who, in spite of his true opinions, spoke of himself in public to the end of his life as a Presbyterian, who had, in fact, like the chameleon which he said man was, taken the religious color of his environment, just as he had taken its social and financial color, had he not virtually ceased to feel any obligation to his own soul? "If," he wrote in What is Man? "If that timid man had lived all his life in a community of human rabbits, had never read of brave deeds, had never heard speak of them, had never heard any one praise them, nor express envy of the heroes that had done them, he would have had no more idea of bravery than Adam had of modesty, and it could never by any possibility have occurred to him to resolve to become brave. He could not originate the idea. It had to come to him from the outside." The telltale emphasis of those italics. Is not that drab philosophy of Mark Twain's, that cumbrous chain of argument, just one long pathetic plea in self-extenuation? End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Ordeal of Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ordeal of Mark Twain by Van Wyck Brooks. Chapter 6, Everybody's Neighbor, Part 1. Quote, "Friends are an expensive luxury, and when a man's whole capital is invested in a calling and a mission in life, he cannot afford to keep them. The costliness of keeping friends does not lie in what one does for them, but in what one, out of consideration for them, refrains from doing. This means the crushing of many an intellectual germ." End quote. Ibsen, Letter to Brandes, 1870. And now, behold the burgeoning, the efflorescence of the Mark Twain that all America knew. Forgotten, deeply buried, is the queer, fanciful, uncommunicative child of earlier days. Forgotten is the grave and passionate young poet of the Mississippi, the pilot, even the miner who used to go off by himself and brood among those vague thoughts of his. Forgotten is the young poet, and still unborn is the cynical philosopher of the years to come. Now, and for at least one glowing decade, Mark Twain finds himself, as he says, thoroughly and uniformly and unceasingly happy. He has not faced the conflict in his own soul. He has simply surrendered and repressed his leading instinct, and every great surrender brings with it a sensation of more or less joyous relief. Were it not for the bitterness which that repression is destined to engender, who could regret indeed that he has found in quotidian interests and affections and appetites so complete an escape from the labors and the struggles of the creative spirit? Meanwhile, as his individuality sinks back, the race character emerges. He reverts to type, and everything characteristic of his pioneer heritage, his pioneer environment, comes to the surface in him. It is like a sudden flowering in his nature of all the desires of those to whom his own desire has, from the outset of his life, subjected itself. Mr. Herbert Croly, in his Life of Mark Hanna, has described that worthy as the typical pioneer business man. Personalities and associations, he says, composed the substance of Mark Hanna's life. His disposition was active, sympathetic, and expansive, and it was both uncritical and uncalculating. He accepted from his surroundings the prevailing ideas and modes of action. He had an instinctive disposition towards an expansive, all-round life. Such was the character of Boss Hanna. Trait by trait, it had now become the prevailing character of Mark Twain. Had he not endeavored to make himself over into another person, a person in whom his family might take pride and pleasure? He had striven to satisfy their standards, to do and feel and think and admire as they did and felt and thought and admired. And at last the metamorphosis had, to all appearances, taken place. Mark Twain had become primarily the husband, the father, and the business man with responsibilities, the purpose of whose writing was to please his friends, make money, and entertain his own household. That vast, unemployed artistic energy of his, however, which had not found its proper channel, overflowed this narrow mold. Mark Twain was like a stream dammed in mid-career, and so powerful was that unconscious current which had been checked, that instead of turning into a useful mill-pond, he became a flood. We have seen that his home had always been the hub of Mark Twain's universe. Upset and disturbed as he often was, says Mr. Paine, he seldom permitted his distractions to interfere with the program of his fireside. It was there, indeed, that all the latent poetry of his nature, the poetry that so seldom got into his books, found its vent. To us, he wrote once, our house was not unsentient matter. It had a heart and a soul and eyes to see us with, and approvals and solicitudes and deep sympathies. It was of us, and we were in its confidence, and lived in its grace and in the peace of its benediction. We never came home from an absence that its face did not light up and speak out its eloquent welcome, and we could not enter it unmoved. It is evident from this how much of the energy of Mark Twain's imagination had passed neither into his art nor exactly into his love, but rather into the worship of the hearth itself as the symbol, one might say, of his one great piety. From the very beginning, says Mr. Paine, Mark Twain's home meant always more to him than his work. Indeed, in the name of his domestic ties, he had as completely surrendered his individuality as any monk in the name of religion. Naturally his home was important to him. It had become the spring of all his motives and all his desires. And having accepted the role of the opulent householder, he threw into it as much energy as two ordinary men are able to throw into their life work. Mark Twain had accepted his father-in-law's challenge. He was not going to fall behind the pace set by a coal merchant whose household expenses were $40,000 a year. No one ever delighted more than he now in living up to those principles of the conspicuous consumption of goods, predatory emulation, and the pecuniary canons of taste, which, according to Mr. Veblen, actuate the propertied class. A failure to increase one's visible consumption when the means for an increase are at hand is felt in popular apprehension, says Mr. Veblen, to call for explanation, and unworthy motives of miserliness are imputed to those who fall short in this respect. Of course, Mark Twain couldn't stand that. As early as 1875 he writes to Mr. Howells, "You see, I take a vile, mercenary view of things, but then my household expenses are something almost ghastly." He estimated that in the year 1881 he had spent considerably more than $100,000. It was with the increased scale of living, says Mr. Paine, that Clemens had become especially eager for some source of commercial profit, something that would yield a return not in paltry thousands, but hundreds of thousands. Like Colonel Sellers, he must have something with millions in it. This was the visible sign that his mode of living had now become permanently extravagant. In 1906, long after his wife had died, and when he was living much of the time virtually alone, his household expenses amounted, according to Mr. Paine, to more than $50 a day. In the matter of food, the choicest and most expensive the market could furnish was always served in lavish abundance. He had the best and highest priced servants, ample as to number. Certainly his natural taste, which was always, we are told, for a simple, inexpensive style, would never have set that scale. It was a habit he had formed in those early efforts to qualify as an admired citizen. And so was his disposition towards an expansive, all-round life, a disposition that finally made all concentration impossible to him. In his large hospitality, and in a certain boyish love of grandeur, says Mr. Paine, he gloried in the splendor of his entertainment, the admiration and delight of his guests. There were always guests. They were coming and going constantly. Clemens used to say that he proposed to establish a bus line between their house and the station for the accommodation of his company. For the better portion of the year he was willing to pay the price of it, whether in money or in endurance. After a while he virtually gave up all thought of writing except during the summer months. "I cannot write a book at home," he frankly told his mother, and Mrs. Clemens heroically did her part. She loved these things also in her own way. She took pride in them and realized that they were a part of his vast success. Yet in her heart she often longed for the simpler life, above all for the farm life at Elmira. Her spirit cried out for the rest and comfort there. Could anything be more ironical? It was to satisfy her that he had repressed in himself the child of light in order to become the child of this world, and now she found herself actually drowning in the flood of that deflected energy. To shine, meanwhile, to make money, to rival and outrival those whom the public most admired, had become Mark Twain's ruling passion. With the beginning of his life in Buffalo, he was already a man of large consequence and events, and I have suggested that in the process of adapting himself, all the latent instincts of his heritage had risen up in him. Take, for instance, that mechanical ingenuity which is one of the outstanding traits of the pioneer mind. It would certainly have remained in abeyance if Mark Twain had followed his natural tendency and become absorbed in literature. Now, however, with his ever-increasing need of money, it came to the fore, and was by way of turning him into a professional inventor. At any rate, he invented, among other things, a waistcoat enabling the wearer to dispense with suspenders, a shirt requiring no studs, a perpetual calendar watch charm, a method of casting brass dies for stamping book covers and wallpaper, and a postal check to supplant the money order in common use, not to mention the Mark Twain scrapbook, which he did not hesitate, so confused were his artistic and his commercial motives, to promote under his own name. He had, moreover, an unfailing interest in the mechanical devices of other people. When he installed a telharmonium in his house at Reading, he made a little speech telling his friends that he had been the first author in the world to use a typewriter for manuscript work. His impression was that Tom Sawyer was the first book to be copied in this way, but Mr. Paine thinks it was Life on the Mississippi; that he had been one of the earliest users of the fountain pen, and that his had been the first telephone ever used in a private house. To this we can add that he was one of the first to use the phonograph for dictation, and one of the first purchasers also of the high-wheeled bicycle. We can see one reason for this eager interest in mechanical inventions in the fact that out of it grew many of those adventures in financial speculation to which also, in true pioneer fashion, Mark Twain was drawn like steel to the magnet. He invested, and usually lost, large sums of money in the following patents: a steam generator, a steam pulley, a new method of marine telegraphy, a new engraving process, a new cash register, a spiral hat pin. His losses in almost every one of these enterprises amounted to between $25,000 and $30,000, and this is not to mention the Page typesetting machine, which cost him nearly $200,000 and whole years out of his life. He complained of the anxiety these ventures caused him, of the frantic efforts he had to make in order to collect the money to invest in them. But he had no choice now. He had to make money to keep the mill going at home, and he had to make money in order to make money. Besides, he was the victim of his own past, of the gambling habits of the gold fields. Within 1 month after the happy conclusion of those agonizing years of struggle to redress his bankruptcy, he was negotiating with an Austrian inventor for a machine that was to be used to control the carpet weaving industries of the world, planning a company to be capitalized at $1,500,000,000. Can we not see what an immense creative force must have been displaced in order to give passage to this desire, as Mr. Paine calls it, to heap up vast and sudden sums, to revel in torrential golden showers? Mark Twain boiled over, we are told, with projects for the distribution of General Grant's book. His thoughts were far too busy with plans for furthering the sale of the great military memoir to follow literary ventures of his own. He had taken over the book because, as the most conspicuous publisher in the world, for this he had, in fact, become, he had an immense plant going, yawning, one might say, for the biggest available mouthful. His profit from this particular enterprise was $150,000. Huckleberry Finn brought him, at about the same time, $50,000 more. "I am frightened," he wrote, "at the proportions of my prosperity. It seems to me that whatever I touch turns to gold." His blood was up now, however. He was insatiable. How could he who, as a miner, had known what it was to be a millionaire for 10 days, and who had become the servant of no conscious creative principle, resist the propulsion of a demoralized money sense? There, at least, that balked energy of his might express itself freely, gorgeously, to the applause of all America. We see him planning to make millions from a certain game of English kings, proposing a grand tour of authors. He and Howells, Aldrich and Cable are to swing about the country in a private car, with himself as impresario and paymaster, reaping a golden harvest, calculating that the American business alone of the page typesetting machine is going to yield 35 millions a year. What if he and his family are, almost literally, killing themselves with anxiety over that infernal invention which cost them $3,000 a month for 3 years and 7 months? What if his life is broken by feverish business trips across the ocean, by swift and deadly forays against the publishing pirates of Canada? What if he is in a state of chronic agitation and irritation, excited, worried, impatient, rash, frenzied, and altogether upset? He is living against the grain. No matter. He is living the true American life, living it with a mad fervor. He cannot even publish a book in the ordinary way. He has to make a fortune out of every one. A book in the trade, he says, is a book thrown away, as far as money profit goes. Any other means of bringing out a book than subscription is privately printing it. He liked the game of business, Mr. Paine says, especially when it was pretentious and showily prosperous. Yes, there Tom Sawyer might swagger to his heart's content, and have all the multitude, and the enemies of his own household, with him. "Here I am," he exclaims, "in the vision of the fortune that Poet in Steel, Page, is going to bring him. Here I am, one of the wealthiest grandees in America, one of the Vanderbilt gang, in fact. Could Elmira have asked more of him than that?" For Mark Twain was not simply living the bourgeois life now. He had adopted all the values and ideals of the bourgeoisie. Success, prestige, position, wealth had become his gods, and the tribal customs of a nation of traders identical in his mind with the laws of the universe. He was, after all, a literary man, yet as a publisher he was more oblivious to the advancement of literature than the ordinary man of trade. His policy was the pursuit of "big names," and that alone. What were the works issued or projected under his direction by the firm of Charles L. Webster and Company? The memoirs of General Grant, General Sheridan, General McClellan, General Hancock, and Henry Ward Beecher, the life of Pope Leo XIII, and a book by the King of the Sandwich Islands. It was not even greatness outside of literature that he sought for; it was mere notoriety. One would say that in his lifelong passion for getting his name and fame associated with those of other men who were secure of the suffrages of the multitude, Mark Twain was almost consciously bidding for approval and corroboration. He had that slavish weakness of all commercialized men. He worshiped, regardless of his own shadowy convictions, any one who was able to "put it over." We know what he thought of Cecil Rhodes. "Yet I admire him," he said. "I frankly confess it, and when his time comes I shall buy a piece of the rope for a keepsake." As for Mrs. Eddy, he finds her "grasping, sordid, penurious, famishing for everything she sees, money, power, glory, vain, untruthful, jealous, despotic, arrogant, insolent, illiterate, shallow, immeasurably selfish, yet still, in several ways, the most interesting woman that ever lived, and the most extraordinary. It is quite within the probabilities," he goes on, regarding the founder of Christian Science, "that a century hence she will be the most imposing figure that has cast its shadow across the globe since the inauguration of our era. Why, pray? Because of her genius for organization, because of her success in 'putting over' what he freely calls, in spite of his faith in its methods, the greatest hoax in history. And why did he admire modern Germany and despise modern France? The Frenchman, he said, is the most ridiculous creature in the world. His only race prejudice was against the French. In this, and in his blind worship of Imperial Germany, he reflected the view which the majority of American business men have conveniently forgotten of late years that they ever held. It was not the old Germany that he admired. Never that. It was Wilhelm's Germany, Bismarck's Germany. He who, in the Connecticut Yankee, had set out to make medieval England a going concern, could hardly do other than adore the most splendid example of just that phenomenon in all history. Mark Twain had, in fact, taken on the whole character and point of view of the American magnate. How enormously preoccupied his later European letters are, for instance, with hotels, cabs, couriers, all the appurtenances of your true Western packing-house prince on tour. We are told that once, by some tragic error, he installed himself and his family in a quarter of Berlin which was eminently not the place for a distinguished man of letters, and that he hastened to move to one of the best addresses in the city, of which there was no need to be ashamed. He had become, we see, something of a snob, a fact illustrated by a sorry episode in Mr. Paine's biography, which he remembered with a feeling of guilt and mortification. He had engaged a poor divinity student to go abroad with him and his family as an amanuensis, and he told how that young man had met them in his bedraggled raiment on the deck of the ship just as they were about to sail. He came straight to us and shook hands and compromised us. Everybody could see that we knew him. What supremely mattered to Mark Twain now was the pomp and circumstance of his own prestige. So touchy had he become that we find him employing an agent in England to look up the sources of a purely imaginary campaign of abuse he thought a certain New York newspaper was carrying on against him. He wrote, but did not mail, blasting letters to his assailants and those who crossed or criticized him. He indulged in ferocious dreams of libel suits, this man who had staked everything on his reputation. Was it not his glory that he was beset by all the cranks and beggars in Christendom? His pride was not in his work, it was in his power and his fame. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Recording by Lucretia B.